Meeting of the Fraser City Council to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ed, can you turn me on? Baranski?
Present.
Lesich?
Present.
Odell? Absent. Perry?
Here.
Shornack? Sutherland?
Present.
And Stein?
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to excuse members Odell and Shornack from the beginning of the meeting,
Second.
or from the meeting, I should say. Okay, we have a motion.
They got to come at the end.
Well, Pat won't be here.
No, second.
Patrice may be. So a motion made by Mayor Lesage, second by Councilmember Baranski. All in favor of excusing the members, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 4, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes, additions, or deletions that a member would like to make to the agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
A second.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, seconded by Councilmember Stein to approve the agenda of tonight's meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm sorry, aye. I meant to say aye when you guys were saying aye, but I was,
You made a noise, and that was close enough. You made it on the right part.
You can scooch in too if you want. You don't have to stay over there by yourself.
Okay. All right.
Exit over there.
I'll move over later.
Let's just be clear, the motion to approve the agenda was approved, and Mr. Perry voted in the affirmatives. Thank you. Item number 5, citizen participation on agenda items. This is the moment in the meeting where if you have an agenda item of concern and you wish to speak about it but can't be here during that part of the meeting, now's the time to speak up. So is anyone in the audience would like to speak on an item? No. All right, seeing none, we will move on to item number 6, the consent agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda unless there are any things that anyone would like to pull out.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay.
Mike's not on. Go ahead.
I saw Ed come out. So.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, seconded by Councilmember Baranski to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, item number 7A, strategy session connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement. I will make a motion for the council to go into a closed session for strategy connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mayor Lesage, seconded by Councilmember Perry to go into closed session. Roll call, please.
Baranski?
Yes.
Lesich?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Sutherland?
Yes.
Stein?
Yes.
Motion passes. It is now 6:34 PM. We're going into closed session. Thank you. Time is now 7:54 PM, and we are back from the closed session. Item number 8A, request to rezone Hayes Road from residential low to residential medium. City Manager Levin?
This is an item that was before Planning Commission, and now it is coming to council for consideration. We have got our city planner, Lauren, here to address questions that you may have and present this.
Come on up, Lauren. Long time no see.
Been a while.
Last night's pizza was excellent, thank you.
Thank you, City Council. So this is a request it doesn't have an address, but it's along Hayes Road. It's north of 14 Mile. It's a 3.69 acre property that's vacant except for a single garage on it, no house there on it. So the request is, it's currently zoned RL, which is the residential low one family, and the applicant's requesting to rezone it to RM, which is residential medium one family. The applicant proposes to divide the property into 8 single detached condominium units. So under the current zoning, only 6 would be allowed. So again, the intent is to build 8, but any uses would be permitted, any RM zoning uses would be permitted. This isn't the same thing as a conditional rezoning, which might have stricter conditions on it. So the Planning Commission held the required public hearing on May 7th and voted 5-1 to approve the rezoning. During the public hearing, 11 people spoke in opposition. Additionally, and attached in your packet, we had a petition from residents nearby. We'll note that none of these addresses trigger the requirement in the ordinance that would require the rezoning to be approved by a 2/3 majority. And so, again, kind of a little bit different than the conditional rezonings. The zoning ordinance doesn't specify standards for rezoning. So during the Planning Commission, we kind of looked at best practices, including items like, is it compatible with the master plan? Is it compatible with adjacent areas? Is there a public need for this? Existing utilities, things of that nature. So, the planner recommendation was to also approve the rezoning to the RM.
Okay. So right now, this is RL. The surrounding properties in the subdivision, north and east, are RM, I believe?
Yeah, let me flip to that. Yeah, so the lot to the south and then the south.
Okay, and to the east, everything there is RM?
Correct.
Okay. All right, any questions by council on this? All right, can you explain what a single detached condominium is?
Yeah, so it's going to, functionally look like a single-family home. The only difference is the ownership structure, so there's going to be a condo board, and they serve kind of like a homeowners association, and that's, it'll be an association fee
Okay,
for them.
so it is the single-family home, it is, because I saw some
Functionally
people thinking about
correct.
a condominium is not 2,500 square feet or whatever, but
Yes, functionally, it's a single-family home.
there's a difference between subdivision plats and site condominiums.
Correct.
Can you explain that briefly? Because most people, I live in a subdivision, but,
It's mainly the, on the assessing side there, how they kind of consider it, and I'm not sure if the attorney has a better explanation than I do.
just trying to, for the layman, because people hear condominium, and I know we have a couple of these, and they look the same.
Sure. So to a layperson, a condominium, that word connotes pictures or images of townhouses or apartments that are all connected to each other or multifamily in one structure. But site condominium is the word we use for what is basically a house. And the only reason it's called a site condominium is because we couldn't divide or subdivide the property into parcels that could then be platted as a subdivision. I know platting is another foreign term to most people, including me at times. But the concept being that if you call it a site condo, you have houses on defined pads, we'll call them units instead of lots because they're not lots. And then they all collectively own the whole big piece of land on which they're situated, and they have to run it through an association because there's maintenance to do on the collectively owned green spaces or the sidewalks if they're not publicly owned, or the roads if they're not publicly owned. They have to typically, in a lot of cases, have to contract for their own garbage pickup for that road and those homes. So they look like homes, they feel like homes, they just aren't owned like homes. And so they can still sell them like a house. You sell it to another buyer, they come into the condo association, and they now co-own the entire piece of land. There are parts that are called, there are two components to what you own. So there's the public spaces, basically the areas like that you all share in common, probably the trees and the grassy spaces. And then there are parts that are yours exclusively, like your deck pad, your sidewalk leading up to your house, your driveway, things like that, your front yard. So that's the real basic way to describe what this would be if he goes through with the plan.
Councilmember Shornack, and then we'll go to you.
I don't want Ed coming out and yelling at me. My question is this: who's going to be responsible for those streets, and are they going to become part of our inventory, and who's going to be taking care of those streets? And can we make sure, Don, that if you say the condominium association, I want to make sure that's hard-coded somewhere, and that you've double, triple, and quadruple checked that it says they will be responsible for the maintenance and the upkeep and the snow removal and anything else of their streets. Because we have gotten caught way too many times in this little snafu of, oh, yeah, no, they're going to take care of it. And then, guess what? Nope, city inventory, it's on your books now. You take care of it. So who can answer that?
Because this could be an hour-long dissertation.
Awesome.
Yeah, the very short
not.
version is, the master deed is the main document that creates all of this, and it gets recorded with the Register of Deeds, and it's gospel. It governs. The master deed, if they do this correctly, has to go through my office, and we'll make sure it has in there maintenance provisions and requirements and obligations. All sounds wonderful. I've been doing that for 20-some years. Until you get to the point where you actually have to hold an association accountable. That gets very challenging. It's so much easier to hold a resident accountable for their own site problems than it is an association. I've been able to do it successfully, but it's not always easy. Because they're a collective, right? They're a group. They're not just one parcel or one piece or one property. So there are challenges, especially not so much when they're brand new. I think the challenges come around 50 years later. When people are disinterested in maintaining anymore, or people are renting them out because they've gotten old and dilapidated. But I don't know that that happens with site condos too often. I think people keep them up like houses. They are their home. It's just the challenge is, that's why it's such a long conversation, is what do you do with an association when you have to hold them accountable? The group, the organization, it's an entity. It's a nonprofit corporation. It's not people. And so it gets a little more challenging. I'm not going to say that to discourage anybody about doing condos, because there are, pros and cons, and you could debate it all day. But just to your point, I don't want anyone going in with the belief that no matter how many I's I dot and T's I cross and make sure it's all done exactly the way we want it done. I don't want anybody going into that thinking that that's somehow going to make life easier for the city to enforce if there is a problem, right? I mean,
No,
it's
because the
still-
law is very arbitrary, and it depends which way the wind's blowing.
It's a
But
challenge. It's always going to be a challenge.
I would like it in the contract, at least knowing it's there,
It'll be there.
that we're not going to get stuck with more inventory and then more roads that need to be repaired and more people coming and saying, well, my road's worse than your, or more worse than your road, and blah, blah, blah. I want to make sure it's
The
taken care
public
of.
versus private road issue, I don't know the answer on where they're going with that yet, so.
Well, it's on 14, right?
It's off of 14.
Right, 14 and Hayes, which.
Off of Hayes, right? It's off of Hayes. I believe.
It's off of Hayes, really. Yeah, I know where exactly it is. But I'm just thinking, that's already on our schedule and also on the county schedule. So I'm not as concerned with regards to that as I am the private street that will have to be constructed and maintained and maintained. That is my concern. Like I said, I don't want to add anything more to our inventory if it can be, especially when there is an organization and they'll have HOA fees and everything like that. I just want to make sure we have it as ironclad as possible. I'm not against it in any way. I'm just against adding more inventory if we can avoid it.
And I do want to add to that, the request before you would only allow more homes, I think 2 more, correct, than what is already allowed. So we really don't have any control over, if we say no to this request, they can still build 6 site condominium homes, and they can still follow whatever path they want to follow to try to make the road public, and then we go from there.
So how much is this decreasing the average lot size, if you will?
It's in there.
Yeah, I just didn't, like, keep it. She knows it off the top of her head, don't you?
So the RL, the lot minimum is 10,200 square feet, and then RM is 7,800.
Oh, that is,
About 20%
yeah, no, I
less,
got it.
Was it about 20%? Is that what you said?
20-ish.
Well, I have a question. Why would we not take care of their streets if they're taxpayers? They're paying taxes, right? Just like everybody else? So why would that street not become something that DPW has to plow and pick up garbage? I don't
Take
understand.
a
You
stab.
have to pick up garbage.
Well,
Well, no, not necessarily.
So we've had some other ones, Foster Court over on 14 Mile, that's the site condominium. And those streets were private, but they were part of the private site condominium or condominium complex. We did plow snow
okay.
and pick up garbage and all that. And then a few years ago, a few years ago, it was probably 7 or 8, we did adopt that street into our city street inventory. That does give us some money through Act 51. So we do get a little bit of money, but to your point, these are people that pay taxes and expect services, and so that's, and I remember that one particularly because they had their Paiser rating for the street was 10. It was one of the only 10s in our, but to Councilmember Shornack's comment, I do remember a condominium complex that we adopted into our inventory, and about 3 years later, we replaced all the streets, and that was, so it's done very carefully, and it's done through a council vote to adopt that into our street inventory. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
From my layman understanding of what we
Okay.
did. Mayor Pro Tem.
Based on the vote from Planning Commission, the opinion from McKenna, as well as the need for additional tax revenue in the city, I just want to make a motion to approve the request for RZ 25-01 to rezone Hayes Road, PIN 11-31-351-022 from RL Residential Low, 1 family, to RM Residential Medium, 1 family.
Second. Yes, we're going to do that in a minute.
That's how it works.
Yeah, what we do is
Process.
yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to speak in just a moment. So what we have is a motion, a second, and now we can finish council discussion, and then we go out to the public and you get to speak. I do want to make a comment. I did read the petitions, and one of the things, I live on Hayes and Fairview, so I'm very familiar with Hayes Dragway. And I really appreciated the comments from the public because the county has actually proposed raising the speed limit on Hayes between 14 and 15. So I'm going to use some of this as to forward, hopefully, and finally find the people to tell them that. But I'm not in favor of it, and I didn't get the idea any of you were either, so
They're going to raise it from 45?
they were talking about, yeah. But
Well, that's an,
yeah, I'll let you. So any other member of council would like to speak on this? All right, we will now go to the public. So time for anybody from the public to come on up and discuss and share your concerns. You have 5 minutes. Please give us your name, address if you'd like, and we will go from there.
Hi, my name is Kurt Tischer. I live at 33480 Hayes. It's like 2 parcels north of the parcel in question here. Very few people were made aware of the zoning board meeting. So we felt that was kind of a little bit hasty, but, and even less people knew about this meeting tonight. We tried to get everybody, the petitioners and stuff over in here, but we couldn't. We kind of would like to see at least some kind of a stay on a decision as far as the rezoning request. We're looking into, I mean, I see it in the agenda and some of the reports and stuff from engineering and stuff about the water runoff and those kind of things that, you know, it looks like some of those concerns are, you know, at least being addressed. There are concerns as well. We would like to get our own numbers together, make some of our own, maybe hire some people, get our own calculations, so at least there's a second opinion, if that makes any sense. Of course, you're already addressing the runoff, and I think the retention is the thing that at least the people around the pond are really concerned about. You addressed the speed; that was another big issue. So that was my concern for being here today, was that a few of the residents around the pond were saying maybe we should go over there and ask for at least a stay on any kind of decision until we can get some of our own ducks in a row. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those new to council, we don't respond to your comments. We listen to you. This is your opportunity to do that. So,
Hi, thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Heather.
can you speak right into that microphone? It works better for everyone.
Apologies. My name is Heather Corcoran. Thank you all. I live at 33480 Hayes Road, Fraser, and I am 2 parcels down from the property in question. I'm here today to speak specifically about my concerns with the mitigation of where the water is going to go, because from an engineering standpoint, if you start to remove trees, that could potentially be part of wetlands and wetland adjacent and create concrete roads and homes. Now the water has to go elsewhere. Now we have a retention pond in the back, which is great, but the specs from the retention pond were done prior to the development of 6 houses on Clearview. So we're concerned that it might be too much of a strain, and a lot of the residents around the pond were concerned with erosion of their property. And apparently, when they developed the 6 additional homes on Clearview, they had to widen Clearview, and that created some structural problems in the basements and flooding, that which they're holding the city accountable for. At this point, I think there's an investigation about it. This is what I've learned. But when there's property developed, and this gentleman has every right, he purchased the property to build, and we can certainly understand that, and we can certainly support it. But we do have problems with the water and even the draining system in front of our home. It's never cleaned. I'm always out there, or my husband's out there cleaning it out. I never see street sweepers. There's that, and every time we've done things to mitigate for any water that got on our property. And we're concerned that if the development of 8 houses or units go up, it's going to make it even more complicated for us to mitigate that, and it'll be expensive. And once you have that dynamic happen, now you have a reputation where people are having homes flooded. Who's going to purchase property and pay taxes on homes that have had water damage or mold, especially when this city has already made national news with sinkholes? So I'm addressing this as a person that's a homeowner, but also somebody that's concerned about the community, because I do love Fraser very much. I came from outside of an area outside of Manhattan, and I saw what overdevelopment does. And I don't want Michigan or Macomb County or Fraser to make the mistakes that I've seen happen on the East Coast, because traffic studies need to be done, and water runoff and the retention pond, all of those things need to be looked into. This gentleman is building a cul-de-sac. We don't know if the fire department can turn around in there. There was some issue with Clearview, and we own the property in the back where Clearview was intended for, and we kind of resent the fact that they were developing ideas on land that they do not own. It's not just us, it's the Genses on either side. And, so those are some of the concerns I have. I'm requesting respectfully that you could please table this so that we can come up with some amicable solution. We all want good things for Fraser. And I know you guys need to increase your, tax revenue. I totally get it. And this gentleman has every right to build on his property. We just want to make sure that nobody has problems as a result. Okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks for listening.
Anyone else? Yes.
Good evening. Doug Haggerty, 31048 Rickard. I really want to compliment Councilman Shornack tonight. She has a long memory. Back when I first got on council, back in 2002, about 6 months into it, we found that we had a number of streets in condominium complexes and a couple of them in apartment complexes that we have to maintain. It was decisions made way before anybody in this room got here, but it was made by political decisions, and it cost the city dearly in a couple of those instances, and some of them you're going to continue to pay. So I agree with you 1,000%. I live in a condo complex. We pay for everything. We just paid for a break in our 8-inch main running right down the middle of our parking lot. So I compliment the council for taking this on, but Councilman Shornack, you're right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry.
Yes.
I just had a question. Was there a requirement well, first of all, can you confirm that proper notice did go out? I think I heard you say that, but also, is there a requirement that the property have a sign on it? This parcel is subject to rezoning, or is that not? That's not, okay. Because as I was driving down, I was like, what parcel is it? And I was looking for a sign, so, okay, but she represented that proper notice went out? Okay, that's what I just wanted to confirm.
I think
Thank you.
that's Mr. Gitchlag's department.
Nope.
No? Okay.
But proper
Oh,
notice
it's
went-
McKenna.
Yeah.
Can you tell us how far that is? I think that's,
So the public hearing notice is only required for the planning commission public hearing.
Yep.
So that went out for planning commission's public hearing. It's a 300-foot, any property within 300 feet of the property was sent a letter, a property owner and occupant, and then it was also noticed in the Macomb Daily.
And this parcel is how far south from the parcel that was already subdivided to add those homes in the back? Is it 2?
3 lots, I believe.
I think it's 3.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant is also here tonight if the council has any questions for them.
Any other questions from council? All right, I guess we can take a vote. All in favor? This does not require a roll call.
Not that I know of. No?
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, one opposed.
I am opposed.
Councilmember Shornack. Okay,
It's just too much crammed into some small area.
okay. All right, item number 8B, Industrial Park Special Assessment District Roads Contract Award. Who's here?
We've got Ashley with AEW to present.
There's many that believe this moment would never come.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ashley Carpenter with AEW. I'm in place of Mike tonight. He is at his daughter's softball game. So this item was for the Industrial Park Contract Award. This is for the road reconstruction of all streets in the industrial park, entrance improvements at 15 Mile and Commerce, storm sewer replacement for failing sewers, and water main replacement along Commerce. After a public advertisement period, 5 bids were received, and it was a very tight bid grouping. The low bidder was Mark Anthony. He has completed, or his company has completed, several similar industrial road projects, one in Roseville, one in Chesterfield, and one in Livonia that AEW has overseen. The projects were completed successfully, and we are recommending them as the low bidder. We are recommending City Council award a contract for the bid amount of $10,284,306.22. We're also asking that a construction contingency budget of 10% or $1 million be established and be used by city administration. And then also authorize AEW for contract administration services, about 15% or $1.5 million. Mike did provide a breakdown of what the total project cost would be for the water, major roads, and local roads budget. And this project was intended to be budgeted and completed over the next 2 fiscal years.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you read that number off again? I'm looking for my agenda sheet and I can't find it.
The low bid number was $10,284,306.22.
Don't forget that 22 cents. Okay, any questions from council about this bid? And we're still on track for 2 years, for a 2-year project?
Yes, there was a post-bid interview conducted with the contractor, and he indicated that he would be able to meet that timeline.
Anticipate a start date?
Whenever contracts are signed, he would start with CCTVing the storm sewer.
Okay, and how long would it take to get the contracts ready? Just
if
looking
this-
to
Yep.
give people an idea when shovels are going in the ground.
If this is approved tonight and awarded, we would draft those contracts, and the contractor has, I believe it's 14 days to get us all of their documentation when they receive that notice of award. So we could get that out probably tomorrow or Monday, and they would have 14 days from that time.
Okay. Very good. Anybody want to make a motion? Okay.
Make a motion to award a contract for the Industrial Park Road reconstruction, SAD, to Mark Anthony Contracting Incorporated, the amount of $10,284,306.22. Authorize Anderson, Eckstein, and Westrick Incorporated to provide contract administration services in accordance with the standing agreement in the estimated amount of $1,500,000, and authorize the DPW superintendent and city manager discretion to approve additional contract costs from a construction contingency of $1 million.
I will second that motion. So we have a motion and a second. Any final comments from council before I go out to the audience? Seeing none, anyone from the audience would like to speak on this tonight? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. We look forward to this project, and we'll see you a lot in the next 2 years, I imagine.
Get her done.
All right, item number 8C, water main replacement contract award. You're not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay,
This item is for also a construction contract award for the 2024 water main replacement project. This is for the following streets: Crestwood, Huber, Northwood, and Snow. D'Angelo Brothers was the low bidder. There were 6 bids received for this project. We have completed at AEW projects with D'Angelo Brothers in the past very successfully. They are well-known also for doing lead service replacements. They do a great job with that. We are asking council to award a contract to D'Angelo Brothers in the bid amount of $1,358,888. We're also asking that city council establish a construction contingency budget of 10%, or $135,000, and then also authorize AEW to provide construction contract administration services in the amount of 15%, or $203,000. This will require a budget amendment for the total amount of the project and an amendment to carry funds forward as well.
and these cover Crestwood, Huber, Northwood, and Snow.
Correct.
Okay. Questions from council? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'm on a roll, I guess I'll
I
do
was,
it again.
yeah, I kind of feel bad because one of them was my street, but I had nothing to do with
Okay.
it, so.
You've
I don't
lived
wanna
there
make you
your
think-
entire life, it's okay.
I just want you to think it's preferential treatment, because it's not.
It's not.
Motion to award a contract for the 2024 water main replacement project to D'Angelo Brothers Incorporated in the amount of $1,358,888.00. Authorize Anderson, Eckstein, and Westrick Incorporated to provide contract administration services in accordance with the standing agreement in the estimated amount of $203,000. And authorize DPW superintendent and city manager discretion to approve additional contract costs from a construction contingency of $135,000 with a total authorization not to exceed $1,696,888.00.
I'll second that. Any other comments from council? Go out to the audience. Any comments on the water main replacement for Crestwood, Huber, Northwood, and Snow? All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, whose turn is this one? I think this is Lauren? Or Sidewalk and Pathway Gap Master Plan Adoption. Is that you again?
You're jumping one.
MDOT.
MDOT. Klein
I'm using a Sharpie. I'm sorry, I crossed it out.
Line Road, MDOT agreement.
8D, Resolution 2025-013, Klein Road MDOT Agreement. Okay.
This is an item to allow, for council to pass a resolution allowing the city manager to sign an agreement with MDOT for contract number 25-5205 Klein Road resurfacing. MDOT has already bid the project and opened bids. The low bidder was, I believe, Florence. This item is just to allow the city manager to sign that contract so work can be scheduled. The low bid amount was $453,975.64. And the city will be responsible, there is a typo here, it is not 81%, it is 18.15%.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was hoping that. Wrong.
Yes, so that cost with that low bid amount comes out to just under $150,000, and $150,000 was budgeted for this project.
Okay. Very good. Councilmember Shornack.
I just have a question. When are we anticipating the work on this? Only because with Garfield and then Klein, if they're going on at the same time, that is going to wreak havoc on people's lives more than what's already being wreaked to get, although they were supposed to replace those Garfield 30 years ago, but, government. That being said, with regards to that, also, in that timeline, is it going to interrupt when the kids go back to school, or will it be completed before they're back in school?
I know there were discussions originally before this was put out with the MDOT letting to try to coordinate with Garfield, but without having conversations with the contractor, I don't know what their construction schedule looks like. So I don't think I can answer that question at this time.
Okay.
And this is resurfacing between Utica and Garfield.
Correct.
Okay, just that section.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else? Any member of the audience like to speak about the Klein Road resurfacing MDOT agreement? Okay. And we made a motion. Who made the motion?
We didn't make this
We
motion.
did. We didn't make this motion. That's right. I'm ahead of myself. All right, I'll make the motion. Motion to pass Resolution 2025-013, entering into an agreement 25-5205 with the Michigan Department of Transportation and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. Okay, motion by Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Baranski. Anyone in the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, item 8E, Resolution 2025-014, Sidewalk and Pathway Gap Master Plan Adoption.
Hi there. My name is Ashley Jankowski. I'm an associate planner with McKenna. I've been working with the city as well as engineers from AEW on filling the gaps in
Hold that
Fraser.
microphone. So it'll,
How's that? A little bit better? About filling the gaps in Fraser, which is Fraser's 2025 Sidewalk Master Plan. I believe you all have printed copies in front of you. I have my copy digitally here in case anyone has questions.
Okay.
And Ashley from AEW is also here to help me out today. Excited to share what we've done so far. Do I have control of the slides or?
No.
Yeah, next slide,
Got them back.
please.
Yeah, you can just ask for next slide.
Okay.
Asking it.
Just ask.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
Colin.
And this is introduction. Again, I have Ashley Carpenter with me instead of Mike today as he's at the softball game, but excited to have Ashley here too. Next slide, please. So in 2024, the City of Fraser was awarded grant funding from SEMCOG's Complete Streets and Corridor Safety Planning Program, and these funds were used to strategically address the sidewalk gaps within the city in a way that promotes equity, accessibility, and improves quality of life for all of Fraser residents and visitors alike. And so we use this funding to develop the Sidewalk Master Plan. Next slide, please. And here's what's inside. I'm going to talk about some of these items in detail. But over the past year, we have evaluated Fraser's current sidewalk network, how it's used, where folks have access to it and where they don't. We spent a lot of time in conversation with community members to understand their experience with the sidewalk network and where they would like to prioritize some investments for improvements. We also had conversations with city staff, the Planning Commission, and the Recreation Commission to inform what we knew about the sidewalk network. We spent some time gathering recommendations for projects and prioritizing them using a scoring methodology as well as some engineering analyses to identify some top projects that we want to recommend for the plan, as well as a phasing plan for other projects. And finally, the plan wraps up with some best practices and some funding sources to make sure that this plan gets implemented right off the bat. Next slide, please. So quickly, just want to run through our methodology and our process for this plan. Again, it's been about a year now that we've been at this, but I'll move pretty quickly through our process. So first, we spent a lot of time understanding Fraser's current sidewalk network, which currently boasts 66 miles of sidewalk network throughout the city, as well as recreational walking paths. So there's a really great foundation of a pedestrian network in the community. However, we do see some sidewalk gaps in some key residential and commercial nodes, including connections to parks, some connections to schools, connections to small businesses. So there's certainly room for improvement. But the good news is that the city, in its master plans and its parks and recreation plans and other planning efforts, sidewalk improvements are always at the forefront. There are plenty of goals and objectives that we were able to learn more about and attach to when building out this plan. So we see it's a priority for this city, and this plan seeks to build on the work that's already been done. And we also know that, it's sidewalk gaps serve different communities in different ways. And so we want to make sure that all the investments that we're making in the sidewalk network really are centered on safety and accessibility and equity. So in addition to mapping all the sidewalk gaps in Fraser, we also spent time overlaying those sidewalk gaps with demographic information such as disability rates, poverty rates, as well as rates of folks who don't have access to a personal vehicle. That way, when we were studying specific corridors or specific nodes, we could understand where different community members were more reliant on a complete sidewalk network. And so when the time came to prioritize projects, we could factor that equity piece in as well. Next slide, thanks. So once we had a sense of Fraser's current sidewalk network, we spent a lot of time trying to align what the data said with what the community's experience of the sidewalk network was. So we spent a ton of time doing both in-person and virtual listening to community members. We hosted an online project website where we shared information about the project and its timeline. We also had a public comment map where folks could engage with a interactive map of the sidewalk gaps and add push pins where they thought investment should be prioritized or places where they wish they could walk but currently can't. So that gave folks who maybe couldn't come to a meeting the ability to participate from their homes, from their mobile devices. We sent out a digital sidewalk survey to get a sense of how folks were using the current sidewalk network, what they wish they could do if the sidewalk network was a little bit more comprehensive, and how where specifically they would like to see investments. We had 84 responses to that survey. We also had a couple of in-person events, including a pop-up at the Future of Fraser open house event, which was centered on the zoning ordinance, but we had a poster on the sidewalk network where folks could come and talk to us about this project and pin, again, their thoughts onto a map of the sidewalk gaps and to show us visually where they wanted improvements. We also worked with the Chamber of Commerce to have a online business-focused lunchtime chat to talk about sidewalk network as it pertains to local businesses and how we can channel investments in sidewalks in a way that spurs economic development in key commercial nodes in the area. And like I mentioned, throughout this process, we've also been engaging with city staff. We've had a working group of the city manager, engineering, public safety, recreation, Department of Public Works that have been engaged with us from the start and informing some of the ideas that we've heard from the community. And we've also brought these ideas to Planning Commission and the Recreation Commission. So quickly, I just want to share what we heard across the board from all of that engagement from community members and the city alike. We heard that Fraser community members utilize the sidewalk mostly for health benefits and participating in community life. You don't have a ton of folks necessarily using sidewalks to run errands or to make it to work. A lot of the use is around exercise and spending time with others. Current sidewalk gaps are affecting the quality of life for diverse residents, including children, parents, elderly residents, as well as residents with a disability. We heard a lot of comments from folks who use a wheelchair and had some difficulty navigating the sidewalk network, or even parents with a stroller or who have young kids on scooters who were looking for a more complete network to make it safer to get around. And finally, overall, we saw across the board, Fraser residents really just want to prioritize health, safety, accessibility with any of these improvements. And what we heard from both residents and the city alike is, here are some, 5 priority areas where sidewalk gap improvements are needed. 1 is Mulvey Road. 2 are major roads and arterials like all the mile roads, Hayes and Kelly, connections to schools, connections to parks, as well as some residential streets. And you can see that in the, you could see it in the map there. We have a heat map where some of those, areas were identified. So it was really easy to see, right off the bat, okay, the community knows, is experiencing trouble in these areas, and we took that into account. Next slide, please. But we also know that filling sidewalk gaps is going to be incremental. This is, it's expensive and it takes time. So we wanted to make sure that as we were hearing these project ideas from the community, we were being really thoughtful in understanding how each project would advance other objectives too, like objectives of safety, objectives of equity, objectives of connectivity and quality of life for residents. And so every single project that we heard from the community and from the city, we developed a scoring methodology to rank them. And these 6 factors were what we used to score, which include the severity of that sidewalk gap, whether or not there were sidewalk gaps on 1 or 2 sides of the street or none at all. Safety, so whether the corridor itself had more than 2 lanes or the speed of that lane. Equity, some of those demographic factors that we discussed before. Connectivity, the location of that project to public transit, schools, parks, key commercial areas. And then community and city administration. Did we explicitly hear this project multiple times from the community, from city staff? And all of those factored into a score for every single project that we heard. Next slide. And all of the scores for all of the projects are in the plan itself. But we met those scores with some engineering analyses where we did cost estimates and, AEW did cost estimates and did some renderings on the projects themselves, figured out what would actually be feasible. And we came up with this list of 4 corridors and 6 nodes that we would recommend to prioritize for in the near term for the city. This includes Mulvey Road from 14 Mile to Garfield and from Utica to Garfield. Utica Road from 13 Mile to Masonic and Utica to Garfield. Hayes Road from 13 Mile to 15 Mile. And Garfield Road, Utica to 15 Mile. And so we feel this is really representative of, what the city and community wanted. It aligns with the objectives and the values that the city had set out when starting out this plan. But rest assured that all of the other projects have also been factored into the plan itself. Again, this is incremental, and so even though we've identified those top 5 that we think would be advantageous for the city to pursue in the near term, all of the other projects have also been factored into a phasing plan as near-term projects, so things that the city might pursue in the next 5 to 10 years, midterm projects of a larger scope that might be that the city could pursue in 10 to 20 years, or long-term projects that would expand over 20 years. And that sounds like a long time, but needless to say, the city should be opportunistic, and so if specific grants or opportunities come up to fund any of these projects in the phasing plan, none of this is necessarily set in stone. If there are dollars available to fund any one of these projects, we recommend that the city moves forward with doing so. This is merely our recommendation based on what we've heard and the engineering analyses. And so Ashley and I are here to answer any questions that you have and move forward with the adoption of the Sidewalk Master Plan. This really sets the stage for the city to begin applying for funding to start getting some of these projects in place, either individually as the City of Fraser or with neighboring jurisdictions. There are a lot of grant dollars that tend to reward these regional partnerships. It's also something that we hope the city will continue to refer to in future planning efforts, as well as future iterations of the capital improvement program. So thanks. We're here to answer any questions that you might have, and really appreciate your time.
Thank you. I believe we have to adopt this plan. Is that correct? Approve the resolution. Okay, we approved the resolution adopting. I just want to make sure we have that checkpoint done. As far as from your list of priorities, it appears Mulvey is a area of high interest, and so projects like that connect to the schools, that helps on grant applications too. Do they still do safe pathways to school?
I think the grant and school, safe routes to school, but
Safe
yes,
routes to school.
yeah, that's we have a set of funding opportunities in the plan itself, and that's exactly one of the ones that's identified. Thanks for bringing that up.
I just like to go out and find money from other places to help fund these kinds of things where possible. So this is a tool that we can then use and say, we've identified these gaps. Here's why. Here's who said they needed it, and we've done our homework that this is a real project.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Baranski.
I just have one question. I'm looking at Mulvey Road, the proposal that you have in here. And if I'm reading it right, I just have one question about Mulvey Road. And if I'm reading it right, it starts on the north side and then goes to the, I know it doesn't totally go north or east to west, but does the sidewalk start on the north side and then go to the south side in the appendix? Like it crosses over at Mazzara?
Give me 1 second. I'll
Yeah.
put that rendering.
My question's just going to be, why is that?
It looks like it is due maybe to right-of-way issues or obstructions in the way of the pathway.
Okay, because I think on the other side, there was like the cemetery and things that maybe created other obstacles that, although ideally you want it all on one side, logistically, it's better to have some than none.
Correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll make a motion to, where is it? Motion to adopt Resolution 2025-014, the Sidewalk and Pathway Gap Master Plan.
Second.
Okay. Anyone from the audience like to speak on this? Yes, come on up.
So I just want to talk about.
You speak into the microphone so we can
My name's
capture
Heather
this, everybody.
Corcoran, 33480 Hayes Road.
Yep.
Sorry, it's hard to remember to speak in a microphone. So sidewalks would be a good thing, providing we have more Department of Public Works members and garbage cans, because on Hayes, people can't seem to wrap it around their head to throw their garbage out in their home or take it out and throw it in the garbage wherever they may park. And it seems to be a dumping ground on main roads, like mile roads like Hayes and Kelly, or any place that they see garbage. So I think if you're going to start putting sidewalks down, the city needs to consider also placing trash disposable containers like that, so that people will be able to discard their garbage, along with the speeding, unfortunately, with children on Hayes Road. We have a lot of people thinking it's a dumping ground. And while we're on the subject, I just wanted to bring that up. Maybe we can throw a sign up that says, slow down, and don't throw trash. Remind them of the fine. That's all. That'll be a good idea.
I like your idea. We pick up a lot of garbage along Hayes. All right, anyone else? Yes.
Hi, Kurt Tischer, 33480 Hayes. I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of sidewalks. I guess my concern is at the frontage of our property on Hayes, there's like a 30-foot easement or something like that already there that I can tell from the layouts and stuff. My concern is we have two very large mature trees in the front yard, and I'm very concerned about having those removed if a sidewalk goes in there. I don't want to lose those trees. That's really my main concern. If there's some way, if a sidewalk goes in there, that those trees could be avoided, that'd be great. Thanks.
We're a long way from that happening. But, yep. All right. All in favor of adopting 2025-014, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Appreciate the work you did. Item number 8F, 2024-2025 budget adjustments.
So you have before you the final budget amendments for fiscal year 2025. We have a net positive of over 891,000 with these budget amendments. Anjali, our finance director, is here if you have any questions regarding any of these particular budget amendments.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening. What would you like to tell us? Do you have anything to tell us about these? This is the last one of the year?
Yes, this is the last one of the year. The main is here, like the motor pool allocation, just like moving from the different allocation, but the net impact is zero. Just the allocation, there's some DPW salary reallocation, but the net impact is zero. So it is just like moving from the one account to the different account. You will see here the local community stabilization share, the funding we received in the May, so we don't budget for that because there is no kind of guarantee. You're not sure we will get the second part of, but it is here in the budget amendment. We already received that funding. The other thing in the special assistant district or industrial park road, there will be some work already done. So I'm just putting that one, but next year it will be less. It is like 400,000, so we put in the next year budget 8 million. So I'm adding here, but when I do the budget amendment for the 25-26, I will reduce that 400,000.
Okay.
So net impact for between 2 year will be zero. For the special assessment tax, because we don't know how much we are receiving the full payment and the installment. So when I did this last week, as much we receive, I put here. So we know for sure we receive that money. So when I did my budget that time, it was based on like 115 installment. But we have quite a few who paid the full.
Yes, you said that about 300,000 or so?
Yes, that's correct. Except that there's few here which is kind of under our budget. So we did as much we could at this point to make sure we are not too much under our budget.
Okay. I had one question. You're moving from the debt service, you're closing out the 2015 street bond fund.
Yes.
You're moving that into general fund.
Yes,
And
I'm
that
doing.
was-
After that, like the both fund 301 and 305 will be zero. And then money, it is around 390,000, it will move to the general fund.
Okay. So my question was, since that money was initially collected for the streets, could we make a future budget amendment to move that into local streets and just put it over there and earmark that money to go into local streets?
I have to check with the auditor. When I discussed with them before doing that, they told me it can go to the general fund. If we need to move back to the local and the street fund, I have to do more research and make sure that I'm following.
Yeah, I would hate to see that 400,000 that was dedicated to street repairs just end up in the general fund and
Agreed.
kind of just end up floating in that, so.
Yeah.
That's all, that's 400,000 that we can,
Yeah.
that was taxed and was remaining, and then if we could move that, that'd be great.
Okay, sure.
Any questions for Anjali? All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget amendments as requested.
Second.
Okay. Any council member? Okay. Motion by Mayor Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Shornack. Any member of the audience would like to speak on these? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 8G, 2025-2026 fee schedule. Thank you, Anjali.
So on an annual basis, typically in conjunction with the budget, we have all department heads take a look at the fee schedule, which is their revenue stream for a portion of their budget, and had an opportunity to have all of the department heads review the fee schedule amendment. What you have before you is all of the proposed changes in one combined document for approval.
Okay. All right, I had a question for the clerk. There was no charge, all the options for labels, lists.
Right. That's the completely obsolete thing. We don't even keep CDs to burn that anymore. The qualified voter file has made it a one button push. Redacted information shows up in a CSV. You can buy your own labels.
Okay, so how do we get, can we
Just
get?
request it.
Okay.
Yep.
I know there was
It's
there was
an easy
a year
request.
ago or 2 years ago, there was a little back and forth on
Yeah,
hiding.
and this isn't talking with other clerks and how they're treating us. It's such a non-time consuming thing anymore that it's just a basic
Okay,
click.
so it's a no cost thing.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, anything that takes less than 15 minutes, we tend to not charge for FOIAs anymore.
Very good.
That's kind of across the clerk world board, too.
Okay. Well, those are positive government steps.
I think so.
Not charging for something?
That's easily, readily available, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. Any questions on the fee schedule? Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I'm going through it right now. The one that sticks out to me is the zoning fee again. I know we talked about this before. You guys gave me the cost breakdown. I just think it's kind of astronomical for somebody to come here to ask for a zoning variance, to pay $900. Like, shouldn't just focus on single family. Multifamily, I see $1,200. I don't know if anybody else shares my concern.
I share the concern, but it's a voluntary submission. And the costs are for what, publication?
Publication and the fee to analyze and present the opinion from AEW. And I can easily pull up the invoices for the publications. That part I have in my office. You know.
And is that the most
excessive. It's expensive.
part? Is that the most expensive part of it?
Publications and the review are
Yeah, the review
very
is-
expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
And the review is done by planners? And those planners charge $100 and some an hour?
I don't know. I don't get that invoice. I just get the publication invoice.
And we prepare for those meetings as well to make sure that we're ready for them.
Yeah. So,
So until the law changes, we're up creek without a paddle.
well, but we're also paying professional fees to review those things to make sure they're done correctly.
Yeah.
And we are working to, on the driveway ordinance amendment, we've tried to simplify that so people have some structure and they know what they can and can't do and say, yeah, I can work with that without having to go to the ZBA. So those efforts continue.
Yeah, trying to mitigate when they have to go.
Yes, yeah, I have no interest in having somebody have to pay $600 for an ad.
Right.
That's not something I want to do, but it's required by law, so. Are there any alternate notification methods?
Not that are legal. It's gone before the legislature many times. We all watch it, and the opinion is the newspaper industry in these small towns would fail without the government subsidies of these publications. That's the honest answer, frankly.
Yep.
Government.
Okay.
Does anyone read those? I can't tell you.
Councilmember Baranski.
First, I have a question. I don't know if it would be here, but is this in the fee schedule include like what we charge our residents if they're like late on what they owe us, like if they're late on their taxes? Is that something we set or is that set by the state? That's probably a question for Don. Like say they are late on their taxes or they're late on their, anything they owe the city. Like
It's disclosed in the bills.
No, I know, but the rate that we charge.
Yeah, it's disclosed in the bills.
No, I'm not asking who sets the rate they're charged for being late. Correct. Like, is that in here or is that somewhere else?
My assumption is it's probably limited by statute to a certain amount, and then we probably, I don't know if it's in our ordinances, I don't know where we set the number. But there's probably a cap number, and maybe we just use whatever the cap number is for statutory interest or otherwise.
So it's not part of this. That was one, someone asked me and I was like looking and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in here.
I know that water penalties.
Yeah.
That's done through the resolution, the setting the rates. You can say, and unpaid balances will be 5% or of the unpaid balance, and then interest, you can charge that too. But that's done, that's just water. I don't know.
No. Okay, so that's a big, taxes and water
But
are
it's
the
not
two,
in the
right?
fee schedule. It is part of the resolution that sets the rates.
So the resolution we just passed?
No, I don't.
Oh, no, I know it might not
It
be there.
wasn't
but
in
it-
that one because we've already set a rate, but if you're changing it,
Got it, that's where you would do it? So they would go back
where you do
to
it.
the resolutions to find what, like, someone's calculating it, someone in the DPW or whoever's doing the bills, right?
yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that was my first question. And then the second question was the one thing I wanted to discuss, and I just got to it, was the potential to reduce the amount we're charging our residents for the ambulance service, if possible. And if I'm reading it right, and tell me if I'm reading it wrong, because unfortunately it took me this long to get in today. And we haven't increased it, so thank you for that. But if our residents, and we charge our residents less than our non-residents, but, so our residents are already paying the tax, the millage, but if our residents have basic ALS, I'm assuming this is emergency, but non-significant emergency, it's $700 plus $14 a mile, and then different costs if they need things. But there's a lot I don't understand why oxygen is listed twice, but neither here nor there. Am I reading that right? It's on page 107.
I don't know if maybe Director Kretschmar can address that?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yes, and at the last meeting, you had expressed concern about some of the fees related to the ambulance transport. I've asked Captain Gillis to be here this evening to kind of go over those and answer any questions you have, since he's so embedded in that system and in the billing and has had some recent training. So I'll turn it over to Captain Gillis.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll do my best to answer
No,
your question if you
you're
want to
good.
go ahead.
So obviously, when people are looking at our budget and they see a large amount in the ambulance fund, and then we pay a millage for it, and then they get a bill, particularly those that either don't have health insurance that covers it or have a high deductible plan, they're paying out of pocket for a service that they're already paying a tax for. So that was how it was presented to me, and I will raise any issue, whether I agree with it or don't agree with it, because I think it is an important issue. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how it is we determined, kind of twofold, but how we determined our rates for residents and whether there's the opportunity, given our fund balance, to reduce those rates to see, because I know you had given us a breakdown at one point of how many runs. I didn't bring it, but, so tell me what you got.
Okay, what I do have is there is a lot of discussion about what we're actually able to bill, what we're actually able to collect. The rates that we have established was working through Acumed, who is our medical billing provider. So we complete the medical report, it goes to Acumed, they look at the coding, and they would then send out invoices to the patient, the insurance, whoever would be responsible for that bill. That's where those rates were come up through them, is saying, we could bill people $10,000 for service, but if their insurance company is only going to pay $800, that's what these rates are in line with, is what our city would actually be paid for services provided. We are slowly shifting as our expenses have gone up, as we're to the point now where we're essentially kind of breaking even with our ambulance service. So the days of a lot of money going into the fund balance are kind of over. We're going to probably have to start using the fund balance to pay for items. So the new ambulance coming in, that would come from the fund balance.
Well, doesn't that always come from the fund balance, though? It should.
Correct, but it's just the point that the days.
Because we put people in there, right? Didn't we put the extra?
We've added expenses, which has greatly increased our ability to provide service, which is increasing our revenue, but our expenses have also gone up. So now we're more in line with providing the right service at the right price for our residents and for people that use the service. You could lower the millage for a few years and bleed down the fund balance a little bit, but once that's done, then you would probably have to raise it back up again to continue to go back to breaking even.
Right, and that was where the other question I had asked of Mr. Denal is, can we even lower the millage rate? I don't know if we can.
I have the language for the
perfect.
millage, and it is very vague. The former city clerk, Ms. Green, was able to give it to me. If you want me to read it to you, I will, or you can pass it around.
Go ahead.
Okay, it just says, this is from March 15th, 1994. It's a local proposal. It says, advanced life support emergency service proposal should the city of Fraser levy up to 1 mil for the purpose of defraying part of the cost of providing advanced life support emergency services, including personnel, training, and equipment. Should this proposal be adopted, yes or no? That's what the millage was passed as.
That's what we voted on?
That's what was voted on in 1994.
So are we re-establishing that millage each year? Because that sure sounds like we should be.
No.
So when you,
Is that up to 1 mil?
so when you go through the budget process and
That's where we're ratifying it.
yeah, when you go through the budget process and the millage rates, you're setting those at the same time, so that's all part of that.
Perfect.
I can't think of what the resolution is called, but you're setting that rate in there. It is subject to what you approve on an annual basis.
Got it. So that would have been our opportunity if we wanted to do the millage. So thank you for doing that answer that I asked Mr. Denault to do.
It's on the list.
Captain Gillis, Captain Lawyer Gillis. But no, seriously, but so I don't want to mess with the millage because it's in the taxes, it's what it's not. But this was just something I wanted to discuss because that's a lot of money if you need the ambulance when you're a resident. So that's-
I have a lot of research here also. I didn't realize I was going to become an expert in medical billing, but it's one of the things I've assumed, and I'm more than happy to do that. Because we do have these charges that you see on there, but what we're actually collecting is probably close to about half of what you'll see on the fee schedule. Because the insurance company has contractual allowances, which is what allows the insurance company to say, you can charge us $400, but we're only going to pay you $200.
Right.
So that takes us down $275,000 out of $954,000. So that's, roughly over 25% of our billing right there that just goes out. So you can see that we charge them that, but potentially 25% of that has gone just through them having insurance.
So are we not collecting beyond what Acumed does?
We
other
have
words, we're
sent
not
people
going
to.
we have.
We have sent people to collections. Our success rate isn't very high. Right now, we've got a balance of $64,000 just from this fiscal year that's unaccounted for, unpaid.
So the people that are honest with their debt and pay it are paying the full freight, and then the ones that aren't.
I'm not sure if they're able to appeal. They have $113,000 in write-offs. I don't know what it would take for someone to get a write-off through our billing company. So basically, we've billed $954,000. We've collected just over $500,000. So.
This year in fees alone from our residents? Or
No,
is that
I have the
total?
breakdown of residents also on a different spreadsheet.
Thanks.
If you'd like to get into specifics, it looks like basically our residents are about twice as often as a non-resident. So ALS emergency was 220 for non-resident and 420 for resident.
So 2/3 of that, 500 would be residents? Is that how you would do the math, or?
Off the top of my head, I have no idea. It's just,
Neither do
I say it's roughly half. So if it's double, we have double the
Oh, two
residents.
times.
Yes.
Sorry, yep, okay. I was thinking
And then it's very similar in the BLS. BLS is actually higher instances of residents versus non-residents. That's 313 resident transports and 140 non-residents. That's less than half.
And what's the difference? BLS is very
BLS, BLS would be, and that's a whole nother thing about starting BLS ambulances for lower cost. BLS is just lesser of a service that could be done by EMTs. A lot of medical runs, someone not feeling well, they're considered BLS transports because we're not taking advanced life support interventions to try to, before they get to the hospital.
And we are running those more than the ALS. Is that what you said?
No, it's just the trend of what people are noticing.
That's what I mean.
In the business.
Yeah.
They're shifting more towards emergency medical dispatch and then dispatching BLS ambulances instead of ALS.
Got it. So that was just my thoughts of a way to help our residents while we do have a large fund balance, was to consider that. What's the will of council, if any?
Well, I don't know how much I'd change that. I pay about $200, $190 a year for my ALS, for the two of us, which is less than the cost of a single run. So I understand. I pay about, my tax is
Yeah, I'm not talking about the millage.
$101,000 or whatever it is.
But then you're gonna, if you call the ambulance, you're also gonna pay $700.
My insurance will, yeah.
I think it's more concerned about the uninsured.
Or the high deductibles, including all of our employees.
Okay. So I'd leave it alone for a year, as Captain Gillis said, that we are heading into dipping into fund balance. We can look at this next year and debate the millage rate, maybe one way to do it. As far as the fee schedule goes, I think that because of the variability in uncollectibles, you're not always going to get the people that are residents versus non-residents.
And I am not talking about touching the non-residents. They come in our city, they don't pay the tax, they don't pay the millage. They should pay full freight, every cent of what the service costs.
And a lot of, if I can.
Yeah.
A lot of what.
This is just conversation.
Yeah, a lot of what they're preaching towards now is actually billing people more and relying less on millages. But then you're running into the same problem where you have people with no insurance. They're getting billed the same, because treat no transport, we currently charge, I think, $175 or $200. But there's municipalities now that are now charging the same as they would an ALS transport for treat no transport, because insurance companies will pay that. Because the insurance company would rather pay us to treat them and not transport them than to treat and transport them to the hospital. Now the insurance company is paying for a hospital stay as well.
So is that something that we could look to in terms of over the next year, Director, if you could commit to looking into alternative ways of recouping costs without creating windfalls on our residents? To me, it's just, when I see that large fund balance, and we already just bought an ambulance, and we've added all these employees, and we still have that large fund balance, I would hate to, I would have to pay, if I called an ambulance, I would be paying $700 on top of my tax, on top of my premiums for my health insurance. And
But I would say that Blue Cross Blue Shield more than likely wouldn't have you pay that full price.
I have a high deductible plan, so I know that I pay every
But it would
cent.
still be a lower price.
You wouldn't pay the full 700, because I have high deductible also, through Blue Cross.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So they would negotiate for you, and you would only pay, let's say, 400 or.
Well, that's why I was asked you if you put them
Even
in
if you're paying
collections
out
for
of
the
pocket.
difference.
They don't go to collect, no, it's written off.
You-
We
so-
send people that do not pay their bill to collections.
Right, so our rate, that's exactly what I wanted to know.
That would be like your explanation EOB that you get from your insurance.
Yeah, the
Well,
EOB.
yeah.
Yeah.
I pay my bills. That's what I wanted to make sure. We are not billing above and beyond what the health insurance would pay.
Correct, that's
Okay.
written off.
So even though we can, we are writing it off.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Sorry if I was unclear earlier. Thank you. I mean, I don't want to pay anything. I'm going to be honest. I'm still going to circle back to, I don't think I should have to pay anything if I'm paying 100 and whatever times 20, 30 years and I've never used it, knock wood.
Yeah, you better knock on wood.
Yeah, right? That's all I had. Thank you for that.
Okay. So did you want to change that, or are you good for the
If
upcoming
there's
year?
not a consensus, I'm good.
Okay. Any other comments about the fee schedule? And if not, I would entertain a motion.
I have to rewind all the way back in here to.
I'll make the motion if you want.
Let me get back to that one.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the amended fee schedule as submitted, because I have my piece of paper right here.
Second.
All right. Any member of the audience like to speak on this? Come on up. Please. Valued resident, please speak.
Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview, small item here. I'm looking at the pavilion rentals, and we have, most of the pavilions over in Stephens Park, McKinley Park, and then there's Pompo Park, but there's no Meadows Park. Meadows has had a pavilion for many years now. I know it's a neighborhood park, and so is Pompo Park. So in my opinion, Pompo Park really shouldn't even have a fee rental because it's a neighborhood park and people would use it no matter what. And, nobody needs to reserve it or that for that matter. Or you could choose the other way and put Meadows on the list to be rented. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a good point.
He doesn't want to admit he likes your idea.
So, yeah, I think that's.
I'm glad I made you chuckle.
It does.
I think that's a good point. So then maybe,
I will withdraw my motion.
okay, and I will withdraw my second.
Are we adding it?
So then,
No, we'll just amend this fee schedule and then start.
No, that's what I mean, adding.
yeah, we could still make a motion to approve it and amend the fee schedule to
Yeah.
include Meadows Park.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Are you including or striking?
Do you want to include Meadows Park or remove Pompo?
Include Meadows.
Okay? All right. And then rental rate, same as,
Same as Pompo.
okay? I would like to make a motion to approve the amended fee schedule as submitted with one additional amendment, which would be the addition of park rental of Meadows Park at the same rate as Pompo Park.
Second.
And thank you, resident. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, item 8H, public safety drone purchase request.
That is $18,000. I was expecting something much, much larger and much more robust.
Ironically, Taylor just had this on the news today, right before I came. They just got.
That itty bitty thing? What is the
What do you think a
resolution?
drone is?
That thing is so small. Yeah, but what is the resolution on this then?
Right.
Do we have, is that in the stats? I was reading the stats on these.
Supposed to be incognito also. What do you want it to be, like a pterodactyl?
Okay, no. I'm sorry, but when that could fit into a purse, that is not a drone that I think is going to be great in a, yeah.
Okay,
I want to know what
listen.
the resolution is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Anyway. Sorry.
Good evening. As was introduced, we have a proposal to institute a drone program within the Public Safety Department. With me this evening is Sergeant Scott Matthew. He has done a lot of research and put together a presentation for the council to consider this proposal. Sergeant Matthew was selected for this as he was our #1 candidate on the captain's test assessment that just recently came out. And part of that assessment was a presentation such as this relative to a drone program, knowing that we were looking to do this. And so to get Sergeant Matthews' feet wet a little bit and let him show himself off and what he's done here. I've asked him to come and do this presentation. And as part of that, he obviously went and got one of the drones that we would be requesting to purchase. So with that, I will turn it over to Sergeant Matthew.
Thank you, Director. No, you're good. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to present some information on the development of a drone program for our agency. A lot of research has been done. I don't want to take credit for it all. I did do some research for my assessment, but kudos goes out to Captain Gillis and Officer Cameron Reaper that have really been hitting the ground over the past 4 to 6 months, just developing a lot of information. So I'm just here to present this information. So my goal tonight is to share with council the benefits of the department, or the benefits of implementing a drone program that will benefit the department as well as the citizens of Fraser. In addition, I will address some costs that are associated with purchasing, training, and licensing drone pilots. This particular drone is the one that we're hoping to purchase. A drone, it's an unmanned aircraft system, a vehicle, they're interchange words. It's estimated that over 1,500 police departments and over 500 fire departments in the United States are currently using drone technology and drones in their everyday operations. This number is expected to increase and grow as drones become more affordable and capable. Drone programs have improved police agencies' response times and increased the overall effectiveness of officers in the field. Drones can be deployed rapidly to assess the scene of an emergency, such as a fire, an accident, crimes in progress, while providing real-time intelligence to first responders. So you might be wondering, what have we been doing for the many years without this drone? We have been relying on our neighboring agencies, the 5 neighboring agencies. So when the situation arises, we've been reaching out to them. If the drone's available, they'll help us out. If not, we have to just deal with what we have to deal with. So we have benefited from their assistance when it came to time for active investigations, missing persons, and accident scenes with the drone technology. So by starting our own drone program, we anticipate faster response times, improved resource efficiency, and enhanced situational awareness. And again, we would no longer have to reach out to our neighboring agencies, and in fact, we could be reciprocal and help them out when need arises. So tonight, I really want to touch on the benefits of the drone program and how they benefit the agency as well as our residents. And there's a multitude of them, as your handout kind of indicates. First, search and rescue. The drone can be used for missing persons. As an example, if an elderly person walks away from their home and they're disoriented, children that walk away from their home, runaway people, crimes in progress, suspects. Another point would be photography and mapping crime scenes and accident scenes. As a traffic investigator for the past over 20 years, this drone would be so beneficial to our department. It would save us time. As an example, if I was to go out and tech a scene on a serious accident that, you know, maybe a victim didn't make it or not, it would probably take me 2.5 hours. More recently, we had Roseville's drone help us out. We were wrapped up in 30 minutes. The drone took flight, had that bird's eye view, took all the pictures, and did all the mapping, and he was out of there in 30 minutes. So it's a time, it'll definitely save us a bunch of time. The drone can also be used for tactical operation support. Let's say we had a hostage situation, an active shooter, a barricaded person, or interior surveillance. Drones will provide, again, that bird's eye view of these situations and help us to assess the situation, coordinate better responses. As you know, we're also the fire department, so fire department support. That drone would be utilized for fire scenes, identifying exposures, monitoring roof conditions, as well as identifying hazards and chemical materials. So let's use an example as an industrial fire in our industrial sub. Those buildings are huge. We could deploy that drone that would get that bird's eye view. It can conduct a 360 around the industrial building and just give the incident commander, myself or another sergeant, valuable information very quick. So another definite benefit. We'd also use that drone for fire prevention and pre-planning, large event overwatch. An example of that would be the Fraser Picnic, our annual Fraser Picnic. We expect, over 30,000 people coming in on that Sunday, utilizing that drone for numerous situations, parking situations, kids that walk away, that's a frequent call, fights in progress. We'd also use the drone for natural disaster management. And another point that I kind of thought of was the opportunity for professional development for our younger officers. They would have an opportunity to be part of a professional aviation unit. Just give it another opportunity to do something different here. So What our personnel have done so far is we've obtained 3 bids from very reputable companies. And the goal was to ensure that each provider would offer our personnel the same flight capabilities, cameras, technology, software options. With this in mind, Fraser chose to go with DJI Technologies based on ratings, reviews, cost-effective features, and a lot of personal communications with neighboring agencies. A lot of our neighboring agencies use this specific company. They swear by it. The main reason, it's the cost. DJI, that we've learned, they're kind of the pioneers of the industry. They're a couple steps ahead of everybody else, and their drone prices are significantly lower in price. So what we are asking for with council's approval is to purchase one DJI Matrice 4 Enterprise drone to the sum of $5,189 and one Avata 2 mini drone to the sum of $1,199. And you might ask, why are we looking to purchase 2 drones? The mini drone would be the training drone. This drone would be used in training, and again, having the benefit of a small drone, it can access into small spaces, whether it was a tactical situation through a window, through a small corridor, things of that nature. Other reasons we chose these drones, because of the high-quality camera, superior imaging, laser range finder, the proven stability, and reliable flight performance. These drones come with complimentary DJI TerraPro mapping software for the first year with an annual cost of $1,400. The initial price of the Leica Geo System Map 360 software is $2,150 with an annual fee of $530, and that's to maintain the license. This software is absolutely necessary for accident scene investigation and reconstruction. It does come with a warranty and repair work covered after 1 year after the purchase. We may or you can purchase additional warranties available as part of an annual fee. Interesting, North Technologies, they can provide parts, services, replacements, and what's nice about North Technologies, they're right down the road. Just go west on 14 Mile Road to the city of Clawson, and they're right there. So just that convenience of if the drone breaks and dropping it off and getting it repaired is very convenient. And if our drone did go down, they actually provide a loaner drone to get us through. So a couple other factors with starting a drone program is training and licensing drone pilots. It's important that we choose the right personnel to maintain a professional aviation program. North Technologies will provide operational training for our department personnel that will be designated as our pilots. The training will focus on safety, the use of the drones, piloting skills, and utilizing drones, equipment, and tools. All drone pilots must obtain a remote pilot certificate through the FAA. Pilots must understand and follow all FAA regulations to ensure safety, reduce liability, and build a culture of professionalism. The second page of your pamphlet, instead of going line by line, highlights the price of the 2 drones as well as training. You may notice that the training is kind of a significant price, but keep in mind, DJI will train our personnel up to 10 people. It's $1,800 a day. Once they receive that training, they're good. So all they have, it's like a one-time cost. So once they have that training, they're good to go. They just have to do a recertification every 2 years at no cost. They do provide a law enforcement training discount of $800. To offset the program, 14 House Firefighters Association has committed to donate $5,000 towards the program. Additional costs can be funded through developing a fee schedule that would be part of the department's cost recovery process. This fee schedule could be drafted and presented to council at a later time once the program is approved and implemented to assist in funding and annual fees. So it's our recommendation that the department purchase one DJI Matrice 4 Enterprise drone, one DJI Avata 2 drone, the operational software, licensing, and listing accessories from North Technologies for a cost of $18,117. Fraser Public Safety is confident that we can enhance public safety, improve operational efficiency, and provide valuable intelligence with the implementation of an effective drone program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Shornack.
Oh, no, not just one. First
We
off,
have
let me
qu-
just
we
say.
have questions.
No, seriously, I'm honestly surprised we weren't using drones beforehand. I'm totally for drones. Yeah, but I got a lot of questions. Okay, one, is that insurable? Because I know tons of people who do the drone, they're into this whole drone thing, blah, 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 and the simplest thing breaks those suckers, and they are so expensive to fix. So I want to know about insurance. How bright is that light? Because if you're chasing somebody in the middle of the night, you're going to need a significant spotlight, and that does not look impressive to me at all to spot, so if you're looking for somebody, because we've had that happen in our neighborhood, I don't know, a dozen times over the 20 years or whatever, where you guys are looking for people in people's backyard, which that would be brilliant for, right? But without enough lighting, you're not really going to see, or is there infrared on there, so you're going to see heat signatures. So like you were saying, like if there's a hostage situation and they're in the house, does that have the heat signatures so you can see where the bodies are placed, where the people are being held?
This one does not have the thermal imaging. That was an additional $4,000 or $5,000, but this has the capacity of a night mode, which actually highlights pretty significant if you're looking for somebody at night. So to answer the question a little bit better, if someone was hiding underneath a car, it'd be difficult to see them. But if they're at night and they're running around, they're hiding in a bush, 100% this will highlight that.
I mean, and not that we've had knock on wood, a lot of hostage situations in our city, thank you, God. I don't know if the cost differential would, I guess I would have to have you guys tell us how many we've actually had over whatever amount of time, if it would make it worth it. But I'm still thinking in that particular situation, heat signature is the thing you're going to want to have, to see where they're located in the house, obviously, for multiple reasons, tactical and safety-wise and everything.
May I just speak quickly? So yeah, there are certainly different things that you can get on these drones, and the thermal imager thing is certainly something that we're interested in. At this time, we're trying to just get the drone program off the ground, get our policies in place, get our pilots trained up, get things going, and see how this works for us before we expand. And so the intent is to likely get a drone in the future or two, depending on how this goes. But we're confident that this will satisfy our needs, certainly in the short term. Because even though it doesn't have the thermal imaging capabilities, as Sergeant Matthew just explained, it does have capabilities where you are able to see because of heat sources. It's not as great or as grand as the thermal imaging, but even using a drone such as this one over the public safety or the public storage facility, had we had this that night, that would have been great too, because we had such a difficult time trying to find where the seat of the fire was. But this would have helped that because even without the thermal imaging, because of the way it detects the heat even through the sensors that it has. So that's one of the beauties of this is it's more cost effective than the thermal ones. We're hoping to get one of those in the future, but for now, this will satisfy our needs until we get the program up and running.
That's understandable. For training purposes, do they let you use their drone? Because I'm sorry, somebody who has not dealt with drones and stuff like that, I could just imagine our people learning how to do it and crash it into the building and it goes down the drain. So do they use like a dummy drone or a dumbed down drone, or how do they go about that?
Our intent was to get the second drone, the smaller drone, which is not necessarily a training drone, but that is the less expensive drone that we would use for training purposes. Both of these drones do have a warranty, so and the manufacturer is in Clawson, so it's close. If a drone does go down for any particular reason, that company is going to lend us a drone that we can use while it's under repair. So there is a warranty that is available. These warranties are good for the first year, and as the sergeant explained, if we wanted to buy additional warranty, we can. But when our drone is out of service for whatever the reason is, we will have a loaner drone so that the program is still functional.
Yeah, I don't think a warranty covers stupidity. typically they don't. I'm not trying to be silly. I'm just being, like, seriously, someone's like, oh, I thought I hit right, or I thought I hit up, and they smash it to the ground. I mean.
Well, certainly, I mean, you might be treating it as a toy, of course.
No, I know.
It is a piece
I'm
of
not saying
equipment.
that.
And I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying that this training is regulated through the FAA, through the Federal Aviation Administration. And our pilots are considered just that, drone pilots. And so they have to go through a 2 or 3 day training course with FAA instructors and have to pass a certain practical examination as well as a written test, which is, I hear, is not an easy feat. So they do take the program very seriously. They don't want everybody and their brother flying these things because of liability reasons and a slew of other reasons. But it is a very serious program, and only those who are worthy of completing the training properly and the testing are given the FAA license. Part of what our policy is going to dictate is how often our pilots have to take the drone out and fly it to maintain proficiency, because as I've explained to the council on many things, everything we do is perishable, and hence the reason for training and all these other things. So this program is very serious and would be treated as such.
Yeah, that wasn't really my question, or even the intent of my question. My point was, when they're first learning how to fly a drone, I'm not thinking they're going to be goofy or stupid or childish or anything like that. But when you're, again, it's just like learning to drive a car, right? Different application, same principle. You have to learn all the nuances, right? You've got to learn how to direct it. You've got to learn. It's like a video game you've never played before, because I know you have to use the joysticks and I know you have to direct it. What I'm saying is, if they were really doing a good, maybe you can present this to Nora, I don't know. I think that they should have training drones that they allow so that we don't have to worry about somebody on their first day trying to fly something and like, again, hitting it left when it meant to go right and it goes into a building or goes slamming to the ground or runs into a bird, because I've seen that happen. I just don't want to have the equipment and on the first run of training, it gets ruined because,
I would have to look into that, but I believe when they go through the training, the training facility provides the drones.
Okay,
You bring
that's basically
I don't know
the
that 100%. I'd have to look into that. I don't recall offhand, but that's my inclination, is to believe that they're providing the equipment for the training.
Okay, and then would we establish, obviously after a year's program or whatever running, would we establish a maintenance fund? Because I know certain things would be covered under that maintenance, but like we know everything in America, we warranty it for 1 year, maybe 2, but we don't warranty past that. So would we have to, under we have multiple line items under your fund, we'll just go the general fund for that particular budget item, would that be something we would be budgeting moving forward? Because my next question is, how often do these need to be replaced? Because as we know, software updates and things update like tomorrow. So how often do they recommend upgrading? And if that's the case, my next question for that would be, if we have to upgrade, and it's in good repair, of course, do then they give us a trade-in value for the next drone, or is it then we just have extra drones kind of thing?
Well, as far as the warranty goes, it comes with a 1 year warranty.
I know, I
right
saw
from
that,
the
and you could buy
get-go,
extra ones.
And so the sergeant said that other warranties are available if we choose to purchase the warranties in the future. As far as the software goes, there are annual fees for software, and presumably that would include software updates as the technology updates. So the software is the software. The drone itself, did they tell you if it any?
Even in aviation,
just like
they're
the
always
body-worn
upgrading.
cameras, for example, after 3 years, they'll update it. I don't know that that's the case with this, but the software price that would have to come out every couple of years or every year, whatever that is, would include the updates.
Okay, so then, and then the last thing is, oh, no, never mind. I just read that wrong. So no, I'm fine with that part. Okay, so yeah, again, I'm not against it at all. I am actually surprised we didn't have it ahead of time. Never even thought to ask if we, and why we didn't have it sooner, but I would like to know, no matter how it goes this evening, if we move forward, I would like to know how often they recommend them being replaced, because not just the software, the actual machinery itself, you know, even aviation every year, I mean, seriously, I think my little cousins have gotten a new drone almost every year. Part of that is stupidity, but they're young boys. But the other part is technology upgrades as far as how they fly and how they're maneuverable in the sky too. And I know that they're always changing that for any design, so. I would just FYI, if we could get that information, if we move forward, I would really like to know that.
Okay, all set?
Yep, no, I'm good, thanks.
All right. You said 14 House was offering to donate $5,000?
That's
Did that
correct.
lower the price to 17,360 or 635? Is that how the math works?
Yes, so the 5,000 that 14 House is willing to donate would take it off the 18,117. Now, the 3-year cost, which would include 2 additional years of the protection of the Matrice 4 Enterprise, the DJI Terra Pro camera software, and the MAP 360, elevates that price to 22. So really, if we were to go with the 2-year cover cost, you're taking $5,000 off the 22,000.
That's, okay, so it would be, if we did the whole proposal.
Yes.
It would be $5,000 off of 22,635. So
Correct.
it'd be 17,635.
Correct.
Okay. And I think to the point about technology becoming obsolete, anything after 5 years is pretty much hard to upgrade. And
Well, that's fine,
yeah, that's,
what the schedule is.
yeah, and that's usually they call it end of life. But, you know, as long as it still flies and works with that software, you're fine, but you just don't get anything after that, so.
And it's just not as efficient at that time either.
All right, Councilmember Bransky.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, because I don't think I heard, what does the warranty cover? So if it's lost, is it covered? If it's damaged, is it covered? Or is it only cover, like your car warranty, right? Where if a part breaks that's not due to running into a tree or a bush or a house?
Right. So I know that if the drone takes flight, it has to be sight line, so you can't let it go out of your sight. So the chances of losing it would probably be pretty slim. There's notifications on here when the battery starts to go low, and it can actually return back to where it started from. So I haven't got a lot of feedback from neighboring agencies talking to these drone pilots that they've ever lost a drone. As far as it getting damaged, I would assume that the damage, if it does sustain a damage, it's covered under that year. And then if we did the additional 2 years, so a 3-year coverage, it should cover the entire drone.
Okay, wait, so if the drone has to stay in your sight line of the operator, how are we getting it out quicker than you're getting out there to do all the stuff you said it was going to do? Like, you said it's going to go to an accident, and it's going to look in the backyard.
So this drone is.
I didn't realize it has to stay in sight line. That, to me, seems weird.
Yeah, no, it's this particular one. This one's portable. So what I did, this came in a case, and this case would we'll use Officer Reaper. That
Is this the one we're buying? Would this be the?
This is the proposed one, correct? Yep, and it'll be. If it's not at the station, it'll be in the back of a patrol car. So if there was an accident, and we're using Officer Reaper as an example, he would arrive on scene and deploy the drone on scene to tech the scene.
Got it. But it's not really going to be able to chase people through backyards and stuff if it has to stay in the sight of the person operating it, right?
So the max height that you can go is 400 feet. So if we'll use Fruhoff as an example, and the officer deploys the drone 300 feet in the air at the library, the old library, it would still maintain that sight visual.
For how far?
Yeah.
That you can see with your naked eye?
You can see them pretty far.
So you're talking about being able to see the drone at the library from Masonic and Fruhoff?
It's about a quarter mile.
It just depends on how high you put it up.
It really
Barely
depends, it
see it on the
depends on your
table over
foliage
there.
and stuff like that, but seriously.
Your blinks.
The question I actually really wanted to ask, just, Captain Gillis did a great job explaining one of the concerns that exists with these about the Chinese drone technology. And this was, he references that the federal government passed an act in December of 2024 to look into, because this is, if I'm following correctly, the one you want to buy, which is probably the best one, is the one that the federal government's worried about being safe. Is that right? Because it's Chinese technology?
The DJI platform is the Chinese technology. There are American drones, but they're significantly behind in technology and in cost. They also cost more. So we actually have been researching this and looking into developing this drone program for several months. And one of the reasons that we haven't come before you prior to this is that was one of the concerns, is whether or not the federal government was going to ground these DJI platform drones. And so there's been conversation about it, but there's been no action taken. And so basically what the information coming out now is that because the government is dragging their feet or taking their time, or however you want to say it, trying to decide whether or not they're going to continue to allow these Chinese drones. But the information coming out is that even if they decide that they don't want the DJI platform any longer, they're going to grandfather in the departments that already have them. So they won't allow any new purchases of the DJI platform if they decide to do that, and they have taken no action. Anybody who already has this program instituted and has these drones already in their possession will still be allowed to use it. Just new departments or people looking to institute this will not be able to do it going forward. So really, to escape that potential risk, now would be the time, just because, number one, the cost of it is certainly probably not going to go up. Number two, 14 House's generosity in donating the $5,000, which, certainly makes an impact on the cost. And the fact that if the government does decide to make a move, and I'm not confident they will at this point, I wasn't sure before, which is why I waited, we would be grandfathered in because we already own the product.
Well, they have, according to the law that, I'm not familiar with this law, but according to the memo, they have to decide within a year. So they have to decide by December. But my concern is if the government deems it a threat, I'm assuming is that a threat? I don't know what the threat risk is, but then we own something, yay, but the government deems it a threat.
But they're allowing us to have it.
Right, but do I want something in my city that the federal government says is a threat? And I don't know if
They're not saying that it's a threat such that they would remove them from all of these agencies that have them.
That's my only concern with all of this, is it's like, and I don't know how much of this is hyperbole versus actual risk that has nothing to do with anyone in this room.
Err on the side of.
I'm trying to be diplomatic and.
No, I understand. I know what
yeah.
you're saying.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's all I had.
I would just say and again, nobody, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the government is going to do. No, none of us do. It could be one thing today and something else tomorrow. But the best information that we have is what's been provided today.
Okay. Any other comments? Anyone like to make a motion?
I personally would just like to know a little bit more about the warranty, like.
Okay.
So can we postpone it?
That's what I'd like to do. I'd just like to know that.
Make any motion you want.
Because I would like more information just on how often that they recommend and replacement.
So what do you want to know? So if we can put that in the, make sure.
How often they recommend replacement of the actual physical drone, not just the software.
Like replacement cycle?
Yeah, the life cycle, if you will. Yeah, life cycle of the unit. Again, I'm not against it at all, but I'd like to know a little bit
Normally,
more.
you have to replace the batteries and if the propellers wear or break.
Yeah, except, like I said, technology is upgrading all the time.
I know. I've had a drone since
Yeah,
2016.
but yours is a toy.
Well, I'm just saying, it'll keep flying unless you.
I just wanted to know what was covered by the warranty.
And I put that down. I put down, what does the warranty cover? Yeah. So I just want to make sure.
You're good, I know.
I just want to make sure that we cover everything that you want and you want. I have replacement life cycle And what does the warranty cover? Repair of equipment. I don't think loss would be, I mean, if
Obviously.
it disappeared, probably not, but what does the warranty cover in terms of repair? Anything else that you're looking for? Because this is going to be in your motion, so.
There was also the question about training, who has the,
Oh, yeah. Can we get a definite that they provide training drones?
Training drone versus our drone.
Or if we do use our drone, is it covered if something does happen? So if it's covered 100% and they're using theirs for training, then I'm good with that. But I just want to know if they smash into a tree, like you said, is it covered?
Even good pilots.
I can't.
On this
Mayor
program.
Pro Tem Sutherland, you had a light on?
Regardless of the warranty or the practice drones or anything else, in my opinion, this is a want right now and not a need. And I don't think that it really improves the quality of life of the residents very much. So, though it's a very generous contribution with $500 from $5,000 from 14 House, I would just be a hard no. We've got so many other fish to fry, and though it may be a smaller amount, it all adds up.
I had a question. Have you given any thought to taking gambling forfeiture funds and using this? Or using those funds to buy this? As we bought other equipment before through forfeiture?
That would be available.
Okay. So, would
So
you,
then I would make a motion to postpone
okay,
till next month's agenda,
to the next regular meeting?
to the next regular meeting. And then with the information that we requested,
Well, we want to make sure they get the right.
It doesn't come back necessarily.
yeah, that's why I'm saying, that's why we have to postpone. I can't table it, because that means,
Yeah, something different.
yeah. So, yeah, well, that's why I'm making a motion to postpone until our next regular scheduled meeting.
Okay. And if you don't want to take any action, no, you can just vote no, and that'll be recorded.
Okay.
So, you want to postpone in the next meeting?
Correct.
And you're asking, there were several questions, replacement life cycle, what does the warranty cover in terms of repair or loss, and then training drone versus our drone? Okay,
Correct.
All right. I would second that motion.
Just for clarification, is it the general fund? Because it says,
Public safety operating supplies.
is that general fund?
Yeah, that's our
Okay.
general line item. This is obviously this fiscal year, though, and the funds were available this fiscal year. So if we're talking about next month, now we're in the next fiscal year, so there would,
We'll figure that out.
there would be that.
But it'll be there. It'll still be there next year.
Okay. So you had motion by Councilmember Shornack, seconded by me. Any other council comment? Any member of the audience like to speak on this? Please come on up. Can you give the seat to Mr. Haggerty?
Doug Haggerty, 31048 Rickard. 40 years, been working with almost every agency in southeastern Michigan. The majority of these agencies are either getting drones or have drones. Tonight on Channel 7, City of Taylor had a whole expose on it about their new drone. So why is it important? You have two kinds of drones. This is a military grade, not the kind you go buy out of a box. This is a military grade drone. The drone that people own, we have clients, both commercial and residential, that have devices that if that drone is flown over, if there is a drone within 3 miles, they know of it. If there's a foreign drone within miles of an event, this unit will know about it. Why is that important? Just watch TV. Just watch TV. They just blew up a whole bunch of Russian planes halfway into Russia with drones. Drones, there was a question about line of sight. I asked AI in the hallway. AI said at 400 feet, clear line of sight is 15 miles. This drone's only supposed to be operating within 2 or 3 miles. You can look up at your AI when you get home on that. If this drone goes down, the drone has an automatic device that will show in the mapping information of where the drone is at. This is a small tactical drone. This is not a payload. This is not something that's traveling 2,500 miles over to a foreign country and coming back. The reason for the size is because it can get in and out of places quietly, tactfully. There are ones smaller than the size of my hand that are military grade. This one is designed for exactly what Fraser's 2 mile by 2 mile use is to start with. And from an expense standpoint, you're going to see that these tools will save a ton of money down the road. This thing will pay for itself 10 times over before it ends its useful life. The evolution of police and fire work is this. You used to have 2 cops in a car. Then they got radios in the car. And then they got computers in the car. Their car is almost like a flying, driving spaceship now, fully loaded, this is just another evolution, another tool. Please don't kick stuff down the road. This is very important to us, the citizens, and to the people that come to this community. So don't just kick it down the road. This is a tool. And if we are going to be working with other neighboring communities where we have multiple events happening, we have to be part of the community, because if we are, just like if you are going to supply a ambulance, our ambulances used to be out, we'd get a Roseville ambulance. That was a community, that was a shared one because we had equal like services. If we don't have that, and we can't share in those services unless they are willing to come into our area and help us. So this is a very important tool. This is not a toy. This is not your kid's drone. It is not that technology. If there's events this weekend in Detroit, you're going to see massive amounts of drones deployed. Massive. And it's already in other cities being deployed. So get in front of it. Don't get behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Kurt Tischer, 33480 Hayes. I think it's a great idea. And I have 3 of the consumer-grade drones myself. I do automated fly-arounds all the time. I'm sure the enterprise stuff is a lot more complicated, but even on the consumer-grade stuff, there was some talk about, what if they hit a building or, what, that kind of thing. There's object avoidance technology in a lot of this stuff now. So even if there's let's say I'm flying around, there's a tree branch that didn't exist 2 years ago, and now it's longer and it's sticking out, and I'm doing an automated thing, it'll see that and avoid it. I would imagine that the enterprise stuff and the military stuff has that kind of technology too. So even after they're out of the training program, if damage to the drone was an issue, that could be mitigated through that kind of thing too. So I just think it's a great idea.
Thank
Drones.
you very much. Appreciate it. Captain Gillis. Or should we call you John during citizen participation?
Good evening. Just want to come up for hearing of the public because it was very hard to sit back when this was being presented. Because I do have a little bit of information. The one thing I do want to touch on is the timing for this proposal. Is the director, as she stated, was reluctant to bring this proposal, but the reason it was brought was because it is the final meeting of this fiscal year. We observed that there was ample funding left in the operating budget for this year that's going to return to the general fund once the new fiscal year starts, which is why 14 House decided we would step up and donate the $5,000 towards this reimbursement because 14 House was started to not fund projects that should be funded, in our opinion, by City Council. It was meant to do other projects. But we thought that if we donated $5,000, it would help make this project more tenable and something that could actually make it happen, because over $8,000 is just strictly training our pilots. That's a huge expense out of an $18,000 project. $8,000 is just to get our pilots trained. The other $5,000 is we're just essentially paying for the drone. And the software is what we need. The reason we need it is so we can take pictures of crime scenes, pictures of crash scenes. And as Sergeant Matthew mentioned, with the cost recovery, there's some means to recoup some of that money that's expended. So the only reason this was brought today is because of the fiscal year the donation. I can't speak to 14 House making a donation next year, going into the next fiscal year, because it's a new fiscal year. The city can pay full freight on something that should be a city's project. This was meant to be a collaboration because the overwhelming desire by our personnel to have this technology, because they know it's going to serve the residents. It's not because they want to be pilots and play around with toys. They want to provide a service. So that's why these decisions were made, and that's why we were here today. And I apologize for not having better information about the warranty, but other departments are doing these things, and I don't think that we're following them on some kind of fool's errand to do a project like this for the city. And also keeping in mind that in July, some heavy cost is going to be incurred through tariffs. Per NOR, when we spoke to them, they said in July they are anticipating some increase in cost. So everything pointed to us making this proposal today. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, you had a question or something?
So I just wanted to make one more comment. So I was very lucky to have been growing up in a time when social media wasn't a thing. So outside of cost, I think that there's a privacy issue here. And just because Taylor is, and every other city might be, you know, jumping off a bridge, that doesn't mean that we need to also. It's one thing that, you know, everything that we do nowadays is recorded. Someone's got a phone, you know, in their hand immediately to record everything we do. So it's about protecting privacy of the residents too. I don't think that we need to have the ability to monitor everything from the sky now as well.
All right, so we have a motion to postpone to the next regular meeting. Did you have
Well,
something to say?
yeah, well, I wasn't against it to begin with. And I wasn't saying, I just want to reiterate, I was not saying that you're going to play with it. I'm just going to say, like when you're learning how to drive, anything else, that thing can get wrecked pretty quick and pretty easy. I mean, I know you're saying it's military grade, but my point's still the same. So if you know for certain, I would still like the information that we've asked for, but I'm willing to take my motion off the table to postpone and to set forth approving this only for the fact of if they're giving us $5,000 and there is money left in the operating budget for this year. I disagree with Ms. Sutherland with regards to the need for it, because I've seen it used by tons of different areas, and I think more so for accident-related things. Not only that, that takes our officers out of the area where the accident may have occurred, like if it's on Gratiot or Groesbeck or any of the major, Groesbeck goes through us, so major areas, and there's an accident there, if they can get the pictures up there instead of being in the median or being, you know, trying to block off traffic, I mean, it is very helpful, the drones, with regards to, I've seen architects use it. I've seen landscapers use it. I mean, it has multiple functions.
Right. Are you withdrawing your
I'm
motion?
withdrawing my motion to postpone.
So are you making a different
So
motion?
I'm making the motion to
I
approve.
withdraw my second, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm trying to move us along, so.
Then I would actually, I mean, especially because, yeah, I know, your boy and his tariffs. I'm never going to let him live it down, ever. So anyway, that being said, I would.
That's how tariffs work?
Huh?
That's how tariffs?
No,
let's
we're not
move.
going to, we're not getting that
Keep
debate.
moving.
We're not going to get in that debate.
Please.
Kenny and I have a thing, he knows it, about that. So I would make a motion to approve the drone, the NOR drone, in the amount of the 18,000, hold on, let me get to the right.
Doing the 2-year or the 3-year?
The 2-year.
The
Actually, it's a 3 years, isn't it, altogether?
3 years, 22, 2 years.
22, the
is
22,000, yeah.
35.
Hold on, because I moved down. I moved down to the next thing, so.
So the
So for the
$5,000
22
covers the extra year.
Because you don't have the seat, no, I was looking at the other one.
Look in the paper one.
I want the $22,000 one.
So that's with the 1 year and the 2 years, so 3 years
Yes, the 3
combined.
years combined.
I don't have that.
It's on there, I
She
just wasn't
handed
on the right
us.
page.
In the handout.
Yeah, it's in the handout.
22,635.
Okay. Did you finish your motion?
Yes, for the $22,635.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have a motion by Councilmember Shornack, second by Councilmember Baranski. I would just, since we've kind of reopened the conversation, I
still want the information, though.
Ditto.
I know. I don't
But
blame
I want
you.
the free money.
Okay. All right, can I finish? I'm in the middle. And I guess when there was sufficient money in the public safety budget, we just made a budget adjustment last month for almost $750,000. So I would much rather see if this, and I really appreciate the 14 House saying we want to skin in the game and we're willing to donate that. I would really like to see this come out of gambling forfeiture. We used to buy cars, fire trucks, ambulances, all those things from that money, and this is actually a piece of equipment that our people want, and that's the only change I would make. Everyone made a compelling statements
that.
regarding
I'd
it.
support that. That's my life.
But I would like to see that, so that would be, I would ask that the motion maker accept. our
I accept that.
amendment.
I second
Amendment.
that.
And I appreciate the director said that's available, so. But even though
It
we.
is, but we obviously didn't budget for it for this fiscal year, so whatever accommodations we have to make through finance.
Anjali, do we need to make a budget amendment for that?
Out of the drug.
We can get it tonight, and just wrap this up and move on, so.
Yes, if it is not in the budget, then we have to make the budget amendment for this year. So how much we are going to pay this year, I'm not sure.
Are you going to pay
You
it
could
this
budget
year or
18
not this year? Are you going to actually pay it before the end of June or not until?
Well, it has to come out of this fiscal.
Yeah, so we need an invoice by the end of June.
And is it for 3 year?
3 years.
Yeah,
So 2 year will be the prepaid, which will not come of this year budget, on the 1 year will come on this year budget.
Perfect.
it's got a couple of subscriptions, so we'd have to amortize those, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right, so.
Oh,
you-
quick question, sorry, if I may, real quick. What is the delivery time on this puppy? Is it going to be up and running by the fair?
Also good.
So it should be immediate delivery.
What about training?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it will be up and running?
I got lights.
Well, it's the training that takes time, and the training is this summer, so we'll get our people through. Presumably, we'll be there. I can't promise. I don't have the dates in front of me, but we want to get it up and running as quickly as possible.
Okay, I have a city manager light on. Yes.
We just did have a question about the training and how that is going to be incorporated with your training budget. Is that going to be on overtime, or is that going to be regular working hours?
The training isn't going to be this month. That will be in the next fiscal year.
Right, but either way, I mean, how is the training going to be implemented and budgeted?
It will come out of the professional development account, and I can't tell you offhand if it's going to be overtime or not. It just depends on what the dates are available and who it is we select to go, and whether that happens to be their workday or if we have to backfill. I can't answer those questions other than we'll have enough money in the professional development account for it.
Is that the $3,600 estimate? Or is this something different
7,200.
total?
Yeah.
Training?
Drone flight training and Part 107 training.
She's talking about paying the
And I-
employees to.
Oh, I see, 36. No, right, that's what I was assuming that 7,200 was what you were estimating would come, or is this?
Oh, that's the
additional?
If I'm able to,
Trainers.
Oh, so it's an additional cost.
I'm able to use the money out of the same account to cover all of this for that training expense, that's what I would do. I mean, that's where the bulk of the money is in the training.
Right, I guess and I misunderstood. I thought this covered the cost of paying our guys to train. That's to pay them to train us.
Correct.
Correct.
So the additional cost is.
So the additional cost for us, that if I have people that are on duty that are going, then there would be no additional cost, but presumably someone is going to get overtime, either for training or for backfilling.
Okay.
One more question, sorry, but when the delivery will be, delivery this year or next year? Based on when we receive the goods, which year it will go, or fiscal year? The delivery will be in the July or June?
Well, the information from Captain Gillis is they have these readily available, so I can't answer that 100%. I'm assuming we're going to try to order this thing tomorrow and have it delivered as soon as possible. But, without actually speaking to them and seeing what's here, or if they've got to, mail it, I have no idea. But we'll do it as quickly as we can. And presumably, I mean, the idea is that it's this fiscal year that we're paying for it. So that's one way or another, we'll pay for it before July 1st.
All right, I just need a number for that GL account from gambling forfeiture.
Can you just say that? Do you have to say the number?
Do I? Yeah, I guess I can just say, so you need to make the amendment.
I already said I agreed to the
That's all
amendment,
right.
and we, yeah.
Okay,
second
all
that.
right, just making sure that we've covered that.
Yeah,
Any-
I mean, that was already written down. Yeah.
You can figure that out?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Any member of the audience like to speak on this, since we've had a different motion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 5-1. Thank you. All right.
It was this number here.
Okay, next item up is the leaf vacuum purchase request. Rob's got some good news for us, I hear. Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and City Manager. Before you is a request to purchase a new leafer. Some of the history behind this is Public Works Superintendent last year brought a leafer in front of council to budget for it, and there was some discussion to determine if we're going to continue the leaf program or not, which I reported back to you in our budget session, some of the repercussions and expenses that we would incur from our trash hauler if we eliminated the leaf program, and it was decided to continue with the program. I was further directed at that meeting to shop for the leafers and report back to you. Joel Gregory did a great job as the supervisor shopping these products and seeing what's out there. Last year in front of you was a $300,000 chassis mounted leafer with included the truck and everything. It wasn't just a trailer. Joe and I did a lot of work and seeing what our needs are, and I think we would be very satisfied and be able to suit our needs with a trailer-mounted ARM 24K trailer-mounted leaf truck. So our leafers are quite old, dating back to 2007 and 1997. They're quite expensive. It was difficult to break down how much we spent on each leafer, but in the last 2 years, we spent over $26,000 on making repairs on these dinosaurs, really old piece of equipment. In addition to that, we had the 97 leafer was out of service for most of the season. So we are seeking authorization to purchase an ARM trailer-mounted leaf collector through the Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative Contract.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
We have had so many conversations about this over the last year and a half, 2 years, and you've done such an excellent job that I would just like to make a motion to approve the purchase of ARM Model 25-24K trailer-mounted leaf collector in the amount of $120,205.49.
Second.
Oh, I wanted Kenny to say.
Oh, no, do you, I don't know how you, are you going to second it?
Yeah, sure, I'll do
Oh.
it. I'll second
I
it.
will withdraw my second to allow you to do that.
It's been one of his things.
I wasn't sure where you were on it.
All right, we got to wait for Patrice anyways.
Right. Okay.
I didn't know
I'd
where
like to
you were,
say
I
thank
can't
you for
tell.
looking at this. And we've had many conversations over many years, and I've never gotten a straight answer until you guys came up and said that it's going to cost us more to use priority waste.
Yep.
That's all I've ever wanted was an answer, and then now that we know that we are saving money, we're going to figure out how do we do that efficiently. So I'm pleased with this. Well, I was skeptical, but I've been sold. So, any other comments from council? All right. Anybody from the audience? Yes, Mr. Haggerty, please.
Doug Haggerty, 31048 Rickard. 1996 was a good year. I was here. Joe Blanky presented the leafer program. At that night, there was quite a presentation that was made. It wasn't by AEW, but it was by an engineering firm. And the amount, it's not only the savings from priority, as the mayor has stated, but it was also the complete damage that was being done to our storm drains, the clogging, Spring Court was horrible with all the trees and things of that nature. It was costing tens of thousands of dollars for the repairs from all the leaves getting jammed down into the sewer. So I know a lot of folks, you may hear people speak negative of it, but it is something that has saved us, and you guys, tens of thousands of dollars each year in just not having to do those sewer repairs. So,
Yep.
all in favor, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up. We're giving those away.
Don't say that. Wait,
Get one.
don't say that, because someone will post it on media and believe
All
it.
right, good evening.
Good evening. George Higgins, 18331 Breezeway. I just wanted to say I think the LEAF program is phenomenal. As somebody, I'm a homeowner here in Fraser. I'm in a Venetian Village subdivision. A ton of old mature trees. It's something I love about that neighborhood. I've been there for a number of years now. And as somebody who is not originally from Fraser, but came from a larger city, Warren, where you have some neighborhoods where you have large mature trees, but the size of the city is cost prohibitive for having a LEAF program like that. Remember the first year I moved to Fraser, I bagged up all of my leaves, and I have a lot of trees in front of my house. So I bagged up all my leaves, and my neighbor from across the street was driving home and said, "You don't have to bag those up. You just blow them into the street and they'll come pick them up." And I spent like 3 hours, 4 hours doing that. So ever since I've loved the LEAF program, so I'm very happy to see it being approved and continued, because I think it's something that makes Fraser very unique.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Barrett, I wouldn't normally do this, but Mr. Higgins reminded me of something. We don't want people putting these leaves in the street itself. We would prefer them on the curb so that they're not blocking gutters. Is that correct?
Well, they actually could put it, it's in the street as long as they move it away from the gutter line right at the curb.
Where would your preferred place be? So that, is there a way we can perhaps educate the public as well as perhaps is there an ordinance that we can amend that says you can't put them in your, I'm asking.
I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to overregulate via an ordinance on that, but
That's
Joe's
fine.
been behind a truck. I've had limited experience, but I have done leaf pickups, and I'll let Supervisor Gregory answer. What's the best option?
The best option for our crews are probably putting it, anywhere between 6 and 12 inches off the curb line. It just makes us run our equipment down the curb line a little bit easier.
On the street?
On the street.
Okay, so if you could make a picture, here's where we'd like it. I think that would be helpful as an education program. Anything we can do to make it efficient, keep it out of the catch basins, and that would be my goal.
I did attempt during last lease season to put out information on that and gave direction to keep it away from the curb, but we can try to educate them further.
We're going to have you do a drone video.
Cross-purpose.
See, we're going to do some
But we're gonna
cross-training. So, okay.
Budget.
Thank you. Councilmember Shornack.
Well, I was just going to say, when you put out the map of leaf pickup and all that, yeah, I would absolutely put the instructions you'd like to have, because my neighbors kind of do it all different ways. Unfortunately, fortunately for my neighbor next door, consumers cut down her tree, but my tree is still standing, so I still don't get to use the program.
All right, I think that's it. Any other questions, comments? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. Thank you. Thanks for saving us some money, too. Item 8J, Senior Housing Main Entrance Door Replacement Bid Recommendation. Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
Just going to keep it rolling.
Let's go.
Because, again, we've already talked about this. Great job. So, motion to approve the proposal from Anderson Overhead Door to replace the exterior doors at senior housing in the amount of $16,180.
Second. Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, seconded by Councilmember Stein. Any member of council like to speak on this? Any member of the audience? All in favor?
Nope, Ray.
Ray. He's been waiting all night. Come on up, Ray. We're going to just.
Again, Ray Wojciechowski, Fraser Senior Housing. In regard to passing this, I'd like to see it passed immediately. The reason why is that right now, when somebody's leaving the building through the left door, there's a left and a right door. So when you're leaving through the left door works. There's a sign that says, please use this door. If somebody decides to use the right door, sometimes the billet on the handle comes out. So the door comes back and lays against it, and the door is completely open. So somebody can walk in, grab the door, and walk right in. Now, we have already had problems with kids that have been coming in the building and going into our lobby where the mail is at. They can walk around there. So if that door would be open, all they have to do is just open the door, walk through, go find out which room is open, do whatever damage could be done. So I do appreciate if that could be passed immediately, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other member of the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ray, your wish has been granted.
Immediately.
Item 8K, Local Officers Compensation Commission appointment, Mr. Joe Chimenti. I would like to make a motion to appoint Joe Chimenti reappoint him to a position on the Local Officers Compensation Commission, term ending, do we have a term ending date?
September 30th, 2029.
September 30th, 2029.
I'll second. Oh, okay. You can second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Lessig, seconded by Councilmember Shornack to reappoint Joe Chimenti to the Local Officer Compensation Commission. Any council members like to speak on this? Any member of the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 8L, Local Officers Compensation Commission determination for city council pay rate. City Attorney.
Before we jump into this item, I just want to point out that the law is very strange in this area. We do not need a motion to approve anything. In fact, that would make it more complicated. The law says that if you don't reject it by a 2/3 vote, then it automatically takes effect. So the only thing we'd be looking for, if anyone were so inclined, would be a motion to reject the recommendation, and then a second, and then it would take 5 votes to reject it.
Okay.
5 of the 6 or 5 of 6? So supermajority.
Okay.
And we do not need a motion for a budget amendment at this point in time either.
Okay. So Councilmember Baranski.
Could we break it up and file a motion to object to some and not all?
No.
The point being, I guess I want to make it clear. My thought, not implementing the pay raise, but implementing the pay for the 18 meetings. Because I think that is an extension from previous, unless I'm wrong. I thought it was.
But it's also an increase because it was 75 per meeting, and now it's only, and then they want to do it to 100.
City Attorney, were you going to
Sure.
say something?
I hadn't anticipated the question of breaking it apart, but yes, the recommendation is to set your compensation as elected officials of the city, and it's a really good question by Ms. Baranski because it's one recommendation. They want to recommend that that be your compensation package with that stipulation that the stipend per meeting be limited to 18.
It is a determination, not a recommendation.
Correct. It is a determination that that is what it will be. So for you to make a motion to reject some, not all of it, I've never encountered that. That is a fascinating conundrum, mostly because most communities don't get to that level of detail.
Well, 'cause-
Mostly it's just they pick a salary number and they're done, right?
Well, that's my fundamental problem with the whole thing, that they put a limitation on our meetings. And I understand where it came from initially, because it didn't used to exist. And I understand where it came from, but it is very challenging to we make barely anything, and I'm fine making what I make because I didn't do it for the money, but to say after X number of meetings, you don't make anything.
How often do we even get near 18 meetings? I don't think we hit that.
It was being more than 12 was my problem. Because wasn't it 12? Isn't it 12?
There's no limit right now.
There was no limit.
Oh, I thought there was.
No. There was discussion of a limit, but there was never an adoption of a limit.
All right, then, so now there's going to be a limit of 18.
Yes.
It'd be
So
new.
going back to that. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought there was 12. At one point, I thought there was 12.
You're close to 18, right? Because it's
Yeah, how many did we
12
have?
meetings and then special
Budget
meetings.
meetings and special meetings.
Yeah, we're there.
We're there.
You do 6 extras?
I think we did 20 one year.
Really?
Yeah. They add up quick.
So we don't get paid for 2?
We got paid for everything.
No, I'm saying it.
We
Yeah.
wouldn't get paid if we
I
did.
mean, I think, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I mean, it's half a dozen, one or the other. We really, well, I'll speak for myself. I don't care. I don't care. Obviously, I definitely don't do it for the money. Good God, no. So, and I didn't care the last time because we used to, like when I first got on council, it was like $150 per meeting. And then they cut it to 75 and they cut something else out. And I was like, whatever. So if we don't care about the money, I don't know that the 18, I mean, we've had, what do you call them? Sessions where we don't get paid. What do you call them?
Yeah,
Work session.
Subcommittees?
Yeah, work sessions.
Sessions?
So,
It doesn't count subcommittees. It's not part of this.
No, I know, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
like
No, I
another
know.
thing that we do that's.
that we don't get paid.
That we don't get paid.
right, right. So we've had workshops and how many, I mean, I don't know. I don't, that's not a
Do it for the
kill-all for me.
Well, I guess
I'd like to say that we are being paid exactly what was paid to council in the year 2000. It is now 2025.
with the
and-
raises proposed or now?
No, at this moment, we get paid what the people in 2000 got paid. And as others have said, I didn't do this, I did it for the glory, as Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland said. I didn't do it to pay my house mortgage, but I don't mind being paid. We spent a lot of time, we put a lot of money out. I went to an event today, paid my own gas, paid my own parking. Those kind of things happen, and it is not a lot of money. And I will say this, and I said it to myself last night. I do this, and people say, why do you do it? And I said, I'd like to get paid. I do it for liquor and therapy money. And it's to
Isn't that why everyone works?
That's
That's why we all work.
Yes.
I don't like liquor, so.
Yes, but the main thing is, this is a job that requires a fair amount of time away from friends and family. It interrupts your work, and I don't mind being paid a little bit for that. So that's my position on it. 18 meetings, I think we can live with that. But I think everyone deserves a little bump, but that's where I'm at. So this requires no motion, only to reject. So
Correct, and I think in giving more thought to Ms. Baranski's question, it's one motion, one determination. It's either reject the whole or accept the whole by not taking action.
Okay. We can't accept the whole.
By not taking action.
Okay, you said that.
By not taking
So
action.
if I make a motion to reject it,
The entire thing would be rejected.
And then
You would
what
stay-
happens?
You would stay
Let's-
status
if it
quo,
passed-
stay status quo until 2 years from now.
and we have,
They meet in the
Until
odd
they meet
number
again.
year.
and we'd have no limitation on the meetings.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion? Going once, twice, 3 times, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Item 8M, Local Officers Compensation Commission Recommendation for Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals pay rate. My understanding is that they don't have jurisdiction over this, but they felt compelled to make a statement on the record that they felt that Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals deserved a reconsideration.
Didn't we already agree on that?
We did not
haven't
take any action.
Had any conversation
Yeah,
about
we have, because we were talking about it around budget time.
We didn't take any action on it. And this is the time that we would take action on it. If we,
I agree.
but it would be our action, it wouldn't be, this is just a statement made by the board.
Could you reiterate what their recommendation was?
Was 100 per meeting for ZBA and 100 per meeting for Planning
And
Commission.
what do they get currently?
25?
And so what would that do to the budget?
You have the estimates of the budget amendment that would be required. You don't.
I know, my
need to do
computer
that this
crashed,
evening.
so
Oh,
I-
yeah, I was gonna say.
Thank you.
Here, while you're doing that, Councilmember
13.9.
Cornell, do you have something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I agree with them getting a raise.
So is that a
Because I thought we already discussed that and we had all agreed to it. We may not have agreed to the significance of what that would be, but we all agreed that they deserve to make more, so.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I want to get a consensus on how much we're all thinking, but I do agree they do deserve a bump, for sure.
Be fine with the $100. These are people with some skills, and for $25 a meeting, and maybe they only have 4 or 5 meetings a year, it's not really, I just think $100 a meeting is not out of line for what they do. It would be a $13,900 adjustment to the budget for next year. So I would make a motion to approve an increase in the pay for the Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals members to $100 per meeting attended.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Lessig, second by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland. Any other comments from council?
To start when?
Start July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the next meeting anyway.
Yeah, I figured.
Any member of the audience like to speak? Mr. Haggerty.
Doug Haggerty, 31048 Rickard. Planning and ZBA. First of all, planning and ZBA back, I hate to keep on going back tonight, but back in the Joe Blanky era was you, council. You had one meeting as a business meeting per month, and you had one meeting as a ZBA and planning. That was council. It got broken up into these individuals because the skill set that these people have to be able to go through those documents. I think if you're paying them $100, that's pretty cheap, because if you look at the homework that these folks have to do, for $100, that's a bargain, and I think you guys should pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I would like at some point to look at the recreation and historical other things. Tonight,
Yeah.
we take one bite at a time. So next up,
People doesn't get paid anymore.
okay, so that was M. N, Stephens Park Planning Design Services Subcommittee, City Manager. We're getting there.
So a couple of months ago, you may recall that we put out the bid request for Stephens Park Planning Design Services. We did receive 13 responses for that, ranging in value from, ranging in cost from $14,700 to $54,100. Taking a look at the proposals, I would like to set up a subcommittee to review these, potentially put together a scoring system, and make a recommendation for council to select a candidate. The composition that I'm proposing would be 2 council members to join myself, the superintendent of Public Works, and also Chris Delmige, our Parks and Recreation manager.
I talked to Mr. Odell, and he would like to serve on this board, and I would volunteer to serve as well.
I'd support that. I'll make a motion.
Right. You're making a motion to nominate
Create a
Al-
subcommittee, Stephens Park Planning Design Subcommittee, Design Services Subcommittee to include Councilmember Odell, Mayor Lessig, the city manager, the DPW director, and the recreation coordinator.
I second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Baranski, seconded by Councilmember Stein to establish the Stephens Park Planning Design Services Subcommittee with two council members, Odell and Lessig, as members. Any member of the audience or council want to speak? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item, what is this? I guess it's 9, the number's missing, I think. Zambelli Fireworks Proposal Amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
So this is another one that I think that we've talked about a lot, so I'll just make a motion to approve Zambelli's May 6, 2025 amended proposal for fireworks presentation of August 25 in the amount of $25,000. Fraser Lions Club agreed to a $10,000 contribution toward the fireworks display in 2025.
Second.
Okay. Any member of council want to speak on this? So it's motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, seconded by Councilmember Baranski to approve the Zambelli Fireworks Proposal Amendment from May 6th?
May 6th.
May 6th, 2025. Any member of the audience want to speak on this? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Me.
Okay, so motion passes.
I thought you were for the fireworks.
Or 2.
4-2, is that sufficient?
Oh.
Sufficient.
Okay. Item 9B, Resolution 2025-015, Shipping Container Moratorium, 1-year extension. Mr.
So this is a request from our planner. As you may recall, last year we did a moratorium on shipping containers in residential zoning areas because this became an issue that's kind of in the forefront of many communities. And we are currently working on updating our zoning ordinance, and we would like to allow enough time with this moratorium to make a final determination with it in our zoning ordinance update, which we are currently working on, and the steering committee actually did meet last night. We'll be having probably one more meeting with the steering committee before that zoning ordinance goes before planning commission.
Okay, Councilmember Bransky.
I'll make a resolution to approve Resolution 2025-015, Shipping Container Moratorium for a 1-year extension.
Second.
When do you have an
June 30th, 2026.
Thank you.
Still second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Bransky, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland to extend the moratorium via Resolution 2025-015 as submitted. Any member of council would like to speak on this? Any member of the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, item 9C, DPS succession planning and promotional testing for captain.
This was an item that was requested to be brought back before council for further review and consideration. Director Kretschmar is here to answer any questions that you may have regarding this.
Do we have any questions at this time? Okay, we have no questions at this time. So,
I guess I would just make a request that, subject to our conversation at the last couple of meetings, I can't remember, could you get us the information about the fire marshal position and get it on the agenda for next month?
I'm sorry, was that directed to me?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll probably have to get her some data and then.
Absolutely, I can come
Yeah.
before the council at the July meeting and request for the fire marshal position.
Perfect. Just
Absolutely.
whatever data we had talked about.
Sure.
And we can reiterate.
And then if you have anybody, I think in particular, that you were thinking, or do we need to know that information? Because I know you wanted to promote from within with the sergeant, correct?
Correct.
So,
Correct, but there's other moving parts.
okay.
You know, as far
Well, I just didn't know if you had, like, a list going.
I do, but there are other things that, that. Right.
Gotcha. Other things in play.
Correct.
So what's your time frame to hire or to fill that fire marshal position?
I'd like to do it as soon as possible.
Like 90 days? I'm just,
Sure, within that, but I would, it depends on how things go. I mean, what I was before you tonight was for the captain's positions.
Oh, right, that's why I wanted you to.
Right, so that's, who the person is that's chosen, that's a factor based on the council's decision to allow me to promote to captain.
That's all I had.
okay.
Thank you.
I think there'll be more to come.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Item 9D, this is just putting a pin in it. Library Subcommittee report. Have we had anything at all?
We did. We had a meeting. I met, unfortunately, one appeared by phone, but it was actually a really good meeting. They have they have a lot of work to do, but they are working diligently. They have a plan in place. They have working with an architect to get all of the details and the information to make sure the financials make sense. The purpose for which they requested the meeting is actually really beneficial, especially from my perspective, was I was able to give my perspective on the data they presented and sort of independently look at it as a resident and then a council person. So we had great conversation, and so they're going to go back, and there's things they don't like about the plans they've gotten. So lots to come, but the process has started, and I would simply direct anyone who has questions about the proposal to go to the library board, because we aren't having a say in the proposal. The say that we were having was, what questions do we have based upon the information they presented? Very different from, I would like to see this brick or that structure or any of that. It was, what does this data mean from a bonding perspective.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else? All right, item number 9E, update regarding removal of Rindell Park from the list of Fraser Public Parks.
I believe that one's mine. I have my notes on my phone for us, what we've done so far. So one of our, we have a few conclusions for what to do next if the council wishes us to proceed. We have to remove the park when we sell it, if we sell it, from the 5-year recreation plan. So when we talked about removing it from parks inventory, we've concluded that that is pretty much our inventory. That is what allows for us to get grant money and funding and different things. So our 5-year recreation plan would need an amendment. That's assuming we do sell it. We have done a basic title search at this point. I printed it out and brought it with me. There are no deed restrictions that we could find. But what we did find was an interesting puzzle that we're going to still put together. August found a deed from the 1940s, I believe, that gave us part of the land. And we've compared it against what we know to be ours, and it's not the entire parcel. What's even more interesting about that deed is it had a reverter clause for 10 years. So the person that gave it to us only wanted us to use it for a park for 10 years, and then after that, we could do whatever we wished with it. It was very interesting, that whatever the mindset would have been at that time.
That person dead now?
Probably. Very likely.
I'm going to guarantee it.
I didn't look him up. So what we need to do next, because of that interesting distinction, I mean, it doesn't matter, the reverter's overdone. We don't see any other clauses that we can identify that would prohibit us from selling it when we're ready to do that. But what we have to do now, there's a consent judgment out there from the late 80s or early 90s, and we have one of our summer clerks going up there tomorrow to pick up to look into the file and try to understand what that was about, because I wasn't around. I don't know if anybody would remember from that era why we had a consent judgment, what kind of lawsuit involved us acquiring more property, but it combines that description with the old deed that August found to make it bigger for us. So we want to understand that. We want to make sure there's nothing in there that causes us any concerns. And what else did we have? There are some easements on the site that are not identifiable through a basic title search like we did. So if we get to the point where we are interested in selling it and we don't see any other obstacles, we're going to want to understand what those easements are. So we'd probably need a survey done to understand what the underground is for, and if it's being used for anything, or if it's anything that might cause concern for a sale. Beyond that, though, the short version is we think it's free and clear to sell it as it exists, and once we come back with what the consent judgment was all about to make sure what we own is what we own, then I think we can come back to you and ask if you'd like to put it up for sale and direct administration to start working toward that.
Thank you. Any questions? That's pretty succinct. All right. We'll go to item number, I guess it's item number 10. The numbers are off a little bit. Report of City Administration.
Not much to report tonight, just been busy working on some of the contract negotiations. A little update on the courts here at Stephens Park. We've got the paving in and they're starting to put the posts up, so it's progressing nicely. The Garfield Road project is progressing nicely. They've got most of the concrete broken up and lane put down, and it looks like they're getting close to where they're going to be able to shift traffic and start doing the other side.
That is good news.
Yes.
All right. Item number 11, report of mayor and city council. We'll start with Councilmember Perry.
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember Stein.
I just want to congratulate all the 2025 graduates from Fraser High School. Of course, one of us was my daughter, so congratulations to them. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shornack.
I want to wish all the fathers happy Father's Day, and all the mothers who are fathers, happy Father's Day as well, just like with mothers. Sometimes there are parents who play both roles. And just extend my condolences to the Hercella family, who just recently lost their very, very young son. So I helped coach his sister, so it was just a very sad event, and my prayers and thoughts go out to the family.
Thank you. Councilmember Bransky.
Nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Sudlin.
I do have something. On October 12, 1998, Matthew Shepard passed away. 6 days earlier, he was beaten, tortured, and left to die near Laramie, Wyoming. For those 6 days, he clung to life after sustaining severe injuries to his head during an attack. Now rewind to April 1996. One of my best friends took me to Dooley Park. He told me that he wanted to tell me something, but that he was scared. He said he was scared because he didn't know if I would still be his friend anymore. He told me he was scared of what his life would become once he shared his secret. He was scared that his family would disown him. He told me through tears that he wished this wasn't his truth and that it would be so much easier for him if he married a woman. But that wasn't his truth. There was no way that after seeing my friend breaking down in fear, I could believe that being gay was a choice. Who in their right mind would choose a life where they would face losing their loved ones, judgment from society, and possibly, in the worst-case scenario, death like Matthew Shepard? I want you to think for a moment about what I just said. Did I say he was loud and proud? Did I say that he was ready to have a parade or to push his lifestyle on others? No, he was scared. All he wanted was to live his life and have the freedom to be who he is. On June 3rd, I emailed administration and advised that I didn't see anything in the council packet on Pride Month. I asked what the plan was and if there would be a proclamation or something else that we would do in recognition of Pride. I included a picture of the Warren City Hall, which is lit up in rainbow colors in the evening. The response that I received from administration was silence. So I'm here today to show my support as an ally for our LGBTQIA+ community. Because being gay isn't a choice, but being an ally is. Sexuality isn't a choice, but being a good human is. Gay pride was not born of a need to celebrate being gay, but the right to exist without persecution. So instead of wondering why there isn't a straight pride movement, be thankful you don't need one. Happy Pride Month to all, and if you need a mom hug, I'm here.
Thank you. That was very nice. I don't have much. It's the hour's late. I would just like to say happy birthday to my daughter, who's 27 years old today, and chose not to live in Fraser. She chose to move to East Point. We're getting over that. But anyway, it's been a pleasure to be your father, and I look forward to doing it for as long as I live. And sorry I choked up there. All right, item number 12, citizen participation. Anyone like to speak? Okay, Mr. Haggerty.
Doug Haggerty, 31048 Rickard. Back in 2002, when I came in the office, there was 2 million square feet of empty industrial buildings in the industrial park. In 36 months, we got $100 million worth of investment, 1,000 new jobs. Forcia was the anchor to that. That's real and personal property. That's not only the building, that's all the equipment. If I have an industrial building that's worth $1 million, you can bet assured that you've got about $7 to $10 million in equipment and personal property, taxable property. I've been doing business in and around this city over 40 years. I asked council to maybe take a cruise through the industrial areas of the city. Currently, the rough numbers are, in the industrial buildings with 4,000 or more square foot, we've got 30-plus buildings empty. In commercial buildings, strip locations, we have over 100 empty strip locations in the city. We haven't had foreclosures on homes in a long time because of COVID in the city. On Zillow, there's 7, but the estimate right now is that we have about 20 because the banks are catching up on folks who haven't paid in a while, and foreclosures are definitely on the upswing. The financing side of the industrial commercial marketplace, those are 5-year notes. They don't get 30-year notes like we do at our homes. Your notes have to get revised every 5 years. We have, throughout southeastern Michigan, billions of dollars that are going to get reevaluated. What does that mean? It's going from 2.5% to 7% on the money, and many of those folks aren't going to be able to sustain in those buildings. The reason why I bring this up is that industrial park, the commercial and industrial buildings pay 40+% of the total taxes, the total dollars that come into the city. If we hadn't picked up that side during the last downturn between 2007 and 2012, we would have been in a lot of trouble because the industrial complex and commercial groups carried us financially through that era. I bring this to council tonight, not to grandstand or anything of that nature, but what's coming is going to be, I hope it's not as bad as 07 through 12, but it's something that all budgets have to be adjusted to. One last thought. When I made this comment back in 2002, 2003, I had a city manager, I had an assessor from Fraser, an assessor from Roseville, and they said, we have 125 years experience. There's no housing downturn coming. There's none of that coming. Well, I hope it's not as grave, but it's coming, and it's actually on us now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry, position myself. I just wanted to go back, since the industrial park.
Give us your name.
George Higgins, 18331 Breezeway. Not to go back to the full agenda, but item B, with the industrial park, you know, the contract that went out to bid for $10 million for the roads contract. I think it just behooves us. I know you guys have thanked her already, but the work that State Senator Veronica Kleinfeld did to get the City of Fraser $4 million. And she's very involved in the community. I actually came home today and there was a piece of lit on my door left by her team. They went out and talked to constituents, asked people here in Fraser what kind of services they need help with, what state services they can provide from her office. So it's really very fortunate that we have such a strong advocate for Fraser in the Michigan State Senate, and Veronica Kleinfeld. Not only did she get the $4 million for the industrial park, which, like Mr. Haggerty said, pays a significant amount of taxes, so it's good to do the roads there. But she also got a lot of money to help with McKinley Barrier-Free Park. So I just thought I'd mention that, you know, approving that bid request, that we should thank Senator Veronica Kleinfeld.
Thank you.
Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview. On behalf of the Fraser First Booster Club, our next meeting is on next Wednesday, June 18th at 6:30 at Hanover Grove Community Center. And we're looking for all and everyone to come out and join us and find out what we're all about. Right now, we're working on some activities and things throughout the city. We just recently, a few months ago, did the weave piece in Steffens Park, trying to build a community involvement in working on bettering Steffens Park. So, and then recently we just had the ferry doors in McKinley Park for all the kids to enjoy. And with those ferry doors,
Intermission.
we are now doing a ferry and troll door hunt. If you've seen these around town in many of the establishments throughout the city, there's like 18 different restaurants, businesses, that we're trying to get people to go to these places, look for the ferry door, make a purchase, and with your receipt, you put it in the Fraser First Booster Club bucket, and we'll have a drawing on July 31st for someone to win a $25 gift card from that establishment. So it's a way for us to get the community involved and go to the small businesses, restaurants throughout the city. So that's happening right now. On behalf of the Fraser Beautification Club, we're trying to get some feel for, let's go out and enjoy the city. So we have what they're calling the Toodle Tour 2025. It's on July 17th. It's at a residence house, Mary, that lives down Garfield, right just north of the high school. And this is where we're going to have refreshments, kind of tour the gardens, and have activities for people, including an expert, Kelly Konazowski, who's really into native planting, things like that. And the tickets are $12 and this all goes to the Beautification Club. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor Lesich? Yes, I just wanted to inform you and the council that before the next meeting, about 4,976 new voter ID cards will be going out in the mail. They have a QR code on them. It'll link directly to the new map. And as well, the new maps are all over City Hall and all over the Senior Activities Center. And the more places I can get them out, the more I do. So that new mailing goes out, and it makes me excited because then some of them bounce back and they get to clean up the voter rolls some more too. So, yeah, a little double dip in the work though. So if people are wondering why that showed up, if you got one, it's because you've moved.
No,
Precincts.
our precinct
Your precincts moved. Your precinct has
Because
moved.
if it comes to the house I live in.
Yes, you
I'll
have not
be
physically
really
moved,
confused.
yes.
I haven't moved in a very long time.
I know, I
All
get
right.
that. I get
Thank you.
that.
Anyone else? Before we close, I'd just like to say we went through 18 different items tonight. We went through a lot. I'd like to thank everyone for sticking around. And we all look a little bit tired, but we did it. Thank you very much. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Lesich, second by Councilmember Shornack to adjourn the meeting at 10:48 PM. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.